Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 2:53 in the morning. Oh, sorry, 2:53 in the evening on a Wednesday. That's a June 11th. I didn't realize, but my camera lens is a little dirty, and I'm just gonna clean it. I'm sorry. There we go. Just make sure it's. Yeah, there we go. Get it nice and clean. Okay. I have walked for 2 hours. I have watered the garden. I have not done the work in the storage locker, but that might be coming here in like an hour. I don't really know, but it probably won't take too long, 5 or 10 minutes or something. And so I'm back here today. I've been streaming here today for I don't know a while, like 5 hours or something since 10 a.m. We've been watching a lot of the LA stuff with the LA ICE protest, and I am here to play some video games, and it's good to see you guys. I'm having a good day. It's a wonderful day. It was a beautiful sunny day. I ate, and I'm ready to go back to it. I am playing some X4 and some Final Fantasy 11. I'm flagging up on Final Fantasy 11, and I will go check the dailies on all of the games. Here is a video called Asmongold is Insane for This Take from Hassan Abi. I will get to work here. Here we go.
For protesters and killing
Must
them.
have been the wind, yep. And then the guy got arrested. And I wasn't going to do anything. Yeah, fire mage pussy. I guess he was out of mana. And yeah, so the media dies. It's just misunderstood. Yeah, I mean, people like this. Like, I think that the big issue of like of this and what the big problem is that people light stuff on fire. They destroy property. They basically just go ape.
Did that guy do any of those things? You're watching the cops behave infinitely more violent towards another human being in broad daylight, and you're trying to justify that by saying, well, you know, other people in a different part of town, by the way. I believe this is a different part of town. This is not even like the protest we were at. By the way, to understand how far right we have gotten, for the record, back in the day when Sex Pestiny said,
the rioting needs to stop. And if that means like white redneck militia dudes
No.
out there mowing down protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing, because holy shit.
he got banned, he got de-verified. Asmongold can now be the largest content creator on the platform and be like, yeah, they deserve it. To be fair, he's talking about the cops in this circumstance. We understand them as white supremacist force and not like the non-state actors taking matters in their own hands. But even then, the results are the same. He will get no punishments for this. As a matter of fact, I'll probably get banned before he does.
And nobody has anything happen. Like, there's never any consequences for these people. And so I'm really glad to see this happen. This guy trying to run away. Again, literally zero sympathy for these kinds of people. He's trying to run away from the police, etc. I don't give it. They're psychopaths. Well, there are people. The reason why these people are doing it, I'm off. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, no, you're right. The psychopath is certainly the people that are protesting ICE kidnapping other people, okay? Kidnapping their neighbors, kidnapping their community members, and not the rat king who is covered in his own filth and rot, sitting in the comfort of his home, going, yeah, it's perfectly fine to trample over a taxpayer with horses. Yeah, it's based. Yeah, disgusting. Of course, you can get away with saying this kind of thing if you have no real moral compass and you have nothing that you would actually fight for, and you are an immensely privileged person, an unimaginably wealthy person, an immensely privileged person who doesn't give a about anybody else. You can even get a bunch of other nihilistic edgelords who also don't give a about this or like the fact that ICE is kidnapping people and sending them the CCOT to cheer this on.
And again, they should immediately arrest this guy. And the mayor said it was Trump's fault. Yeah, watching him bump the dude with a horseback. Yeah, huge W. I mean, again, it's just arson, and somebody like this should spend a lot of time in jail.
After Asmongold said he has no issue with people running over and killing protesters, he confessed that he constantly fantasized about killing random people and must restrain himself.
You think about killing random people? Yeah, all the time. Constantly. All the time. Yeah, if somebody makes me mad or something like that, yeah, of course. Absolutely. Sure. I just don't do it.
Yeah, I don't do it.
I remember, dude, the 3 months that I played Call of Duty, I could not drive down the road without thinking about every pedestrian and if I could run them over or not. For like 3 months.
Oh, yeah, I'm the psychopath, or the people that are out there in the streets. Those are the psychopaths, you know, not Hasmongold. Well, I guess he's openly admitting he has more restraint than the cops that he was cheering on a second ago. He has literally said in the past that he does not experience empathy towards other human beings and doesn't care about other people, just a misanthrope through and through. Yeah, the problem is, on the internet, a lot of people have bricked their brains into thinking that this is a demonstration, this kind of like sociopathic, antisocial personality disordered behavior is actually cool. Like, you're so edgy, you're so sick, you want to kill people? Oh man. It's like, don't worry guys, he's not killing anybody because he's not leaving his rotted house. Like, how the did we go from looking at these nerdy school shooters to having entire communities that are designed around people who look like these god school shooters and behave like these god school shooters and have the same exact perspective of these god school shooters? How did this happen? It's crazy. Yeah, he won't even kill the roaches in his home, chat. Don't worry.
I was going in on this because I spend so much time around people over on Call of Duty. That's normal. Everybody does, yes. It's just intrusive thoughts. I'm just open about it.
Everybody
you asked me the honest opinion. That's my honest opinion. It's called invasive thoughts, and everybody has them. Yes. You make that decision every time you drive, actually. No need to get guns? Absolutely. And so, yeah, it's the call of the void. You're describing psychopathy? Well, either way, I don't let things
Either way.
at all or bother me.
He's so cool. He's so level-headed. He's like, I got the thrill in me, dude. I got this violent need to do violence. I'm a bad. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense why he would also say this. This makes perfect sense. A guy who's like, yeah, every time I drive, I want to kill pedestrians. Aren't I a bad? Well, then, of course, turn around and be like, I love when the state is doing violence to other people. It's like, he can't do it himself, so he likes it when the state is doing it. And there are no repercussions for him defending the state doing this sort of thing because of the way we interpret state violence. We interpret state violence as a perfectly normal situation. And the video that he's, by the way, the video that he's like defending here and saying, yeah, based over is this one. It's utterly psychotic. They apprehend him, okay? I think he has a camera. Did they kick his camera off? Like, what is that? That looks like a camera. They surround him. Oh, it was a mask. It was a respirator. They jump over him. They step on him.
Oh.
It was a gas mask.
Oh, the four horsemen of the apocalypse.
Trying to get up.
I'm out of stim packs. Was that right? Okay, I think I'm done here. I don't think I feel like playing Fallout today, so bye.
His hands are, it looks like, okay, I think he has a camera. Did they kick his camera off? Like, what is that? That looks like a camera.
Wow, I didn't
State violence as a perfectly normal situation. And the video that he's, by the way, the video that he's like defending here and saying, yeah, based over is this one. It's utterly psychotic. They apprehend him, okay? I think he has a camera. Did they kick his camera off? Like, what is that? That looks like a camera. They surround him. Oh, it was a mask. It was a respirator. They jump over him. They step on him. It was a gas mask.
They're like
He's
trampling him
up.
with
His
with
hands
horses.
are in the air. He's like, let me go, let me go. And the cops, first they, before they even slam him to the ground, the horses stomp on him. Then they hit him in the head with a baton. Of course, they're doing this because they don't think that they're being watched. I mean, I guess they don't give a And why should they? They have no accountability. It's built into the god law, dude. Asmongold, Hassan is a fake revolutionary. He's not on the street putting his life on the line. Chat, he was literally protesting in the streets. Asmongold, well, he should be arrested then. Like, they will go, hey, man, why aren't you doing anything? Why aren't you getting off? By the way, he never gets off his, even though I get off my, all the
So, okay. I am going to, while they're talking about this, I'm going to say something here. Coming up here on the, I'm going to do something on the stream that I've never done before, which is IRL. Well, I've done IRL stream driving, but I'm going to be doing an IRL stream here in a couple of days. I am going to, I guess, dox myself here as I realize that I am going to do some real life stuff in this neighborhood and in this area. Sorry, not this neighborhood, but in this district and in this area. And so I live by a small town on the northwest, in the northwest, in the state of Washington, named Bellingham. Now, I don't live in Bellingham, and I'm not going to say where I live. There's a lot of small towns around Bellingham. I'm in one of the small towns around Bellingham. I'm not going to dox myself any further than that. But so Bellingham is the most northwest city in America. If we pull a map, map of Washington. Now, I've never wanted to do this, but I didn't want to dox myself. But I mean, I don't care if you guys know, because I'm going to be doing some IRL streaming and stuff about stuff around my local area and perhaps Seattle. So when I'm going to go to maps. Yeah. So when so there is Bellingham. Yeah. Bellingham. Sorry, there we go. There we go. Bellingham. So and as you can see, it's about 20 minutes south of the border, which is there. That's they call it the Sumas-Blaine border. And so I live about 20 minutes from Canada, which is actually kind of interesting. And most of the country doesn't live 20 minutes from Canada. And just down the road is Blaine. And White Rock is we actually consider moving to White Rock. When Trump won the first time, my family was so worried about what might happen, stuff like what's happening in LA, that we actually almost moved to White Rock, Canada. But my probation record exceeds me from entering Canada. Or sorry, it like forbids me. But as more time goes by, they told me like after 20 years, they just let you, if you haven't had any new charges after 20 years, they just let you do the border crossing again, because you're obviously not a criminal. You don't have any more charges or anything like that. So they don't like that I sold some weed to a cop one time. God, 18 years ago or 19 something, no, more than that, 24 years ago, something like that. Yeah, when I was like, I don't know, 23 or something like that. Yeah, or I don't even know. And so they don't like that. And so they told me they don't like the fact that I was selling weed to a cop. And I've talked to people at the border. I like they told me to come out and go talk to them. And I was like, when I tried to do the crossing the last time, I even had a Nexus card a few years ago, but then I got a new charge on a probation violation for theft. And so now I've got to wait like a whole nother, I think, 20 years or something before I can cross the border, which is just fucking crazy. It's not a whole 20 years. It's like, well, it's been 6 years now. So in 14 years, so in 2040, I can go back to Canada. But this is an actual border for me that I can't cross. It's actually kind of crazy. So I live in the Northwest, and they call this the Pacific Northwest. I'm going to dox myself and tell you guys where I live, which is Bellingham. So I'm going to the the Bellingham No Kings protest here in 3 days on Saturday. There's probably a Facebook for it, but I don't do Facebook. So here we go. Here's the Bellingham Herald with will any streets be closed for Bellingham's No Kings protest? Thousands of people turned out at Bellingham City Hall April 5th, 2025 to participate in a protest against the recent actions and policies of the Trump administration, which was organized by local grassroots organization Indivisible Bellingham. So I'll make it bigger so you guys can see. Oh, sorry, and there's all this stupid crap that they do. One second. Thousands of people turned out at Bellingham City Hall. The event titled "Hands Off." Now I'm going to the No Kings, right? Now the next event, there's a whole series of events, and I'm going to go to all of them. Now Hassan is saying something kind of interesting, and it's funny because I actually intended to open my recording of the video with it, but I totally forgot. I've got brain damage, and I totally fucking forgot that I was going to mention the No Kings rally. So I'm going with my cell phone in the car on at 3 p.m. on Saturday PST. So I'll be leaving here probably like 2, something like that. I'll do my stream and then what I'll probably do is, I'm not gonna walk that day because I'll need to exercise. Well, I mean, I probably won't need to exercise. So yeah, so coming up here on Saturday. Today is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So we have 3 days to go before I do this. But I mentioned to my mother that she I mentioned to my mother that I would like to either buy a train ticket or rent a car and go to Los Angeles and perhaps meet or not meet Hassan, but at least see all these streamers and stuff, and get footage of the Los Angeles ICE riots. Because I think that would be amazing. But my parents are against this because it's unsafe. I don't have any money, so renting a car is kind of crazy. We can do it, but it's just crazy. It's stupid, and it would hurt the family, really. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess it's stupid, huh? And she's like, yeah, it's stupid, but she was like, we live in Bellingham. They do have a rally. And I was like, what? Oh, right. All right. I was like, I want to go to Los Angeles where the big one is. And she was like, we live in Bellingham. You can just go to Bellingham. And I was like, why not? Okay. So, thousands of people turned out at Bellingham City Hall. Cities across the country are expected to see protests this weekend in response to a military parade thrown by President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., as well as the actions of his administration in his first 4+ months. The parade is scheduled for June 14th, which is in 3 days. The 250th It's a parade? Oh, cool. It's a parade. I'm going to march in a parade, guys. It's going to be crazy. I'm going to march in a parade with them, I guess, down Bellingham Street or whatever, I think. The 250th anniversary of the founding of the U.S. military, which is also the president's birthday. The timing has drawn criticism from some who have compared it to the actions of a dictatorship or a monarchy, something the protest movement's name, No Kings, hints at. Will Bellingham have a No Kings protest? Like dozens of other Washington cities, Bellingham will now have a protest of its own. I wanted to talk a lot about my personal life, actually, today. And it brings a bit of tears to my eyes because, like, I've lived in fear of it for like 3.5 years, but I'm going to be honest about it. I'm going to live my life out loud. I want a girlfriend. I want, I want to lose weight. I want to get in shape. I want to improve my life. There's no reason to be a junkie anymore. I don't want to be sad. I'm not sad like Kurt Cobain. I'm not sad. Right. And so coming up here on Saturday, I'm going out to the Bellingham protest, and I'll have to watch. We're gonna watch a couple of videos over the next couple of days while I prep to go to a rally, because I've not gone to a rally now in 15 years. Oh no, that's not true. I went to I went to the 420 celebration, which isn't, I mean, it's not a protest per se, but it is like a gay rights parade. It is a gay rights parade, and they're really, really adamant about it. They stomp through like Nazis, basically, like with all their tits out and stuff. All the girls are like paint their tits rainbow and stuff, and the whole gay community just marches through the whole city and stuff, and it's so wonderful. It's some of the greatest times I've ever had. Those people are so wonderful, and like in downtown just turns into a party from I don't know, like from like 11 in the afternoon or 11 in the morning, excuse me, until like 4 in the afternoon or something until 9 in the afternoon or something like that. And there's all these like food trucks, and all the best food in Colorado shows up, and all the best beer shows up, and shit's sponsored by Coors and stuff like this, because the Coors brewery is in Golden. And I love the 420 celebration, but that's the last rally sort of thing, because the gay pride parade is a rally for all the rodeo people, all the right wingers, all the ranchers, all the rodeo people who want to go for old style family values and stuff like this, and they are there in the state and in the city and outside the city, Denver. And so the gay pride parade is a rally in a way, because there's like all these banners and it's like a pride march and stuff, and it's to let the world know that the shame is just not acceptable. And I marched in, so I always go to the 420, because at the 420 thousands of people just start handing around joints and blunts, and it's the most life-affirming human thing I've ever witnessed, when something like I don't know, it's like 110,000 people, they descend down on Denver and they clog the whole downtown, and this big party starts for like 12 hours and stuff. It's the greatest thing on planet Earth, I swear to God. And like this big cloud of smoke goes up. Everybody waits. Like everybody's smoking weed because nobody cares. But at 420, all 110,000 people light up whatever they have, and this huge cloud of smoke goes up. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It brings tears to my eyes. But that's a rally in a way. It's a rally for gay rights and druggy rights. It was like a bi parade, a bisexual people, not me, but bisexual people and druggies. And it's like this whole statement thing for all the shitty McBobitty cocksucker fucking, right wingers who think that drugs and gay people are bad. Okay. And so that is a rally, and I do march with them. And you go at 420. Well, I mean, you go at 3 o'clock, and then the big cloud goes up at 420, and the whole crowd gets so stoned. And there's all this good music, like Grateful Dead playing. And there's all these people. There's all these girls with their tits out, painted rainbow and stuff, and it's just beautiful. They're wonderfully beautiful. And like they're like these rugged mountain women who have interesting jobs and stuff, and they're all sitting there with their tits out, and there's something like 10,000 women, and because it's like the lesbian pride march, and all 10,000 lesbians have their fucking tits hanging out and painted rainbow. And I fucking love it. It's the greatest thing I've ever witnessed. This huge cloud of marijuana smoke goes up, and you scan around the crowd, and there's so many titties. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. 10,000 pairs of titties just hanging out from every age. It's just wonderful. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And they all at 420, they all begin the march from the side of like everybody descends onto Civic Center Park, and at 420, and then the cloud goes up for about 20 minutes, and then the gay rights pride march starts from Civic Center, and the crowd just gets swept up into it. Some of them I don't think would ever march in a gay pride march, but I mean the crowd sweeps you up. The whole they announce on their loud horns, "Okay, guys, we're starting the parade," and then this huge fucking thing starts moving out from Civic Center Park. Is so wonderful. I love it. And so then they pride march. They pride march all throughout downtown through with their tits out and stuff. And the men keep their penises in, but the women they're allowed to paint their tits rainbow, and they walk throughout the city, holding signs about gay pride and stuff, and it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, and it's a lot of titties. I gotta say, I didn't look like I'm not like all the time at it, but it's like fucking beautiful. I gotta say, it's just like you see some of the most like girls you dream about fucking in high school just walk past you and shit, and their tits are just hanging out and they're smiling at you like, hey, gay rights, It's like gay rights or whatever, hells yeah or whatever. And so that was the last rally I've been to, which would have been 2020. I was busted in 2019, so it would have been 2018. I think it was 2018 was the last time I've been. It's been 6 years, but that was the last rally that I've been to. It's more a parade, really. So is this this thing that I'm going to, the No Kings protest? That's a rally. So I'm doxing myself apparently today. I guess it's like me. I'm gonna the information's on the internet. But my real life name is Sky, which I think most people probably in the channel kind of know. I think because they like hunt me and they check my name and they like probably run background checks on me and stuff. But But anybody in the channel, I don't know if you know, but my name is Sky, and I'm saying my name and just my name. I'm not going to say any more of my information because that's just foolish. But my name is Sky, and I live in Bellingham, and I'm going to go to. You can call me Skycat though, because many people do, or Cat. I was Cat for a long time. Some people on the internet call me Cat, but in the real life, people call me Sky. And that's it, just Sky. And I have a thing that I do that when I meet people and I'm saying hello to you guys. I know it was dishonest not to tell you what my name was for the last 3.5 years, but it's a stalker culture right now. It's like a stalker culture because the people aren't loving thy neighbor. There's like a stalker culture going on. I think it's a bunch of sick people, and we just pray and hope that they get better. And I don't mean that in an insulting way. I mean it in like an encouraging way. We hope and pray that they get better. And so I'm Sky, and I'm going to Bellingham here on Saturday. And with like dozens of other Washington cities, Bellingham will have a protest of its own. It will take place from 3 to 6 p.m. in front of Bellingham City Hall, 210 Lottie Street. So I'm going down to 210 Lottie Street. It's a beautiful area. I used to drive taxi out here in Bellingham. I used to drive taxi in this city out here, and I used to sit at the 210 Lottie Street place. I'm sorry, not 210 Lottie Street, but I was at it's like 210 Holly. I was sitting at 210 Holly, which is where I'll probably park. I'll go and park at Holly, and I'll patronize the local grocery store, local convenience mart. I forget the name of it right now, but I know where it is, and I forget the name of it, but it's a very famous convenience shop. I'll patronize the convenience shop, and I'll buy like probably a Powerade or something. I don't know. And then I will park the car and pay for parking somewhere downtown. But I mean, I doubt I can do that. I'm probably going to have to park way the fuck downtown. And I'm going to show you all of this on camera. I'm going to do an IRL stream and put my money put my life where my mouth is. I'm going to reveal a bunch of personal information here today. Like my name is Sky, like God's honest truth. My name is Sky. And I am going to, and Sky is going to the Bellingham No Kings protest because I live in the Pacific Northwest, and I love the Pacific Northwest, and I live about 20 minutes from the ocean, which is Bellingham. It's a very beautiful city. The city in question, right? The city in question. I feel like I'm doing a Star Wars battle plan scenario thing or whatever. I'm just RPing, being I'm RP being General Akbar. But the city in question is Bellingham, right? And so we'll do a Bellingham tourist guide, right? Tourist guide. Yeah, we're doing a Bellingham tourist guide, right? So let's listen to what this guy has to say. Thank you, Chris.
Definitely.
Thank you, Chris and Sarah. Thank you, Chris and Sarah. I'd like to sub to your channel. Hey, apparently I've subbed to them already, or did I just sub? I don't know. But yeah, Chris and Sarah, thank you so much for the excellent content for my stream. It's good to see strong Bellingham people. Be ham for the motherfucking win. We call it Beham. Is what is the name of the city? Beham. I live in Beham, so I'm about as close to Drake's. So our culture is Drake's culture. As crazy it is, it's Drake in the Weekend. So the Bellingham culture is the same culture as what is it called? BC, British Columbia, right? We have the British Columbia culture here in Bellingham, and we have a lot of famous clubs and a lot of famous cool hipster bars and stuff because the Canadians come here. The Canadians come down here because we have cheap milk and cheap eggs until Donald Trump started shitting in our fucking mouths and stuff. But until Donald Trump shit in our mouths and fucked up the prices of eggs and stuff, like the Canadians used to come down here, and it's really sad they've kind of like started to sort of curtail that a bit because we're not as financially attractive to them as we used to be. We used to do a lot of business with Canada here in Bellingham, and I love the Canadian tourists, but they can be annoying because they don't really drive that well, and they're not really like used to the area, so they can be kind of sort of finicky a little bit. They can be sort of slow about their approach to things, and you're like, like, goddamn out-of-towner, hurry up, Canuck, you know, kind of stuff, right? Because they're kind of slow and hesitant when they move around town because they don't know the city, which is fine, but it's annoying. It's fucking annoying. When they drive, they suck at driving. I swear to God, they do that. I'm a taxi driver, and I know I drive with Canadians on my highway. It's called Highway 5, right? So if you look at a map of Bellingham, you'll notice that I thought about actually going to the Los Angeles fucking protests if I could get a goddamn car that won't break down. And I have a Prius, but it's old. It's got 240,000 miles on it. It's just really not a car to drive to Los Angeles, honestly. Or I would beg my parents to let me borrow a car or just get or rent one or something. And I would just drive down the 5 highway, which, might I remind you, is the same highway that we were looking at yesterday, which is not lost on me. You know, it was not lost on me that we looked at a high, I cried and played, like, you know, System of a Down, Toxicity album, and watched that protest where they got it down into the bowl of the highway and they choked up the city. And that highway that they're standing in is the 5. And so the 5 goes all the way south through Burlington and stuff. And the 5 is a very interesting highway that I live on. And there's a lot of culture out in the Pacific Northwest that I wish to expose in my stream. I figure if I'm going to do stuff with my life, it would be to show culture on my stream, because I do have a lot of culture and I'm very aware of it. And stuff like going to the rally isn't scary to me because I've done it a lot before. You know, I am a cultured individual and I've done a lot of stuff. I've been a lot of things. I've had a lot of hats. I've had several successful businesses. You know, I am a successful person, I think, overall. I don't have a lot of money, but I'm not, but I am successful in, I have done a lot of interesting cultural things with my life, and I wish to put this on the stream. So eventually, eventually I'll have to buy a new car, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. I've got all kinds of stuff. I'm going to spill the tea about my life and all the things that are happening and stuff, because I'm very closed-mouthed about this on my stream, but I don't think I need to be. I would prefer to live out loud. I think one of the things that might have actually attracted negative attention in the first place is I am fairly private. I don't give a lot of information about who I am, other than that I'm some shithead criminal who used to sell heroin and meth, you know? So but I am not just that. I've done many interesting things in my life, protests being one of them. So I'm not scared to go to the protest. I'm going to the protest on Saturday, and I'm gonna stream it, and I'm gonna hop in my car in Bellingham, somewhere in this area. See, well, they call it Brennan, but I'm somewhere near Brennan, basically, Marietta, Alderwood, right? I'm somewhere in this area, but I won't say where. And it's definitely not, it's not doxing me. I was a little bit scared about this, but it's not doxing me, which is good. But I mean, I already doxed myself. I mean, I've doxed myself on this stream so many times. I can't, you know, Google just blasts my information, and so does Amazon, and so does everybody. Everybody just blasts my goddamn information all the fucking time. I find it so insidious and shitty. So it's not like I've been hiding. I know for a fact that I think almost everybody in my stream knows what my real name is for some reason. And I don't really know why, but I just do. Or they might be people that I know. But yes, I'm Sky, and I'm going to Bellingham. Now, the 5 goes all the way fucking south, past Burlington, Mount Vernon, all the way through Smoky Point, Marysville, Eastmont. These are all places I've done taxi business out of. I was a medical taxi driver, and so I drove for 5 years out here. I'm sorry, it was like 3.5, I think, actually. 3.5 years. I drove for Yellow Cab Bellingham for Ron. He was, you know, he's a great man. Ron was the boss of he's probably passed now, maybe, I don't know, but I drove Yellow. He's probably not passed, but he's older, and definitely not running the business anymore. But I would drive medical rides from Bellingham, Washington to Everett, and that is a like 3.5 hour drive or something, like 3 hours, something like that. Is that right? No, it's a little bit less than that. It's like 2 hours. Yeah, it's like an hour and 40 minutes, because you kind of have to go out west on the 529 to get there, right? The 5 doesn't go. Well, I mean, the 5 does go there through Everett, yeah, but it is like it's like an hour and 30-minute drive from here or something like that. And so I used to do a lot of business going back and forth from Everett and Bellingham, and they paid me like $10 an hour plus tips. And I was able to do the nightclub crowd in Bellingham. I drove a taxi in Bellingham, and I couldn't tell you this stuff previously because it would have been doxing myself, but I've been doxed and I don't care. I'm not a shameful person. I have nothing to hide. I have no pending charges. I'm not hiding from anybody. I'm going to go out into the real world in a place where potentially somebody that doesn't like me could go find me, and I'm going to tell them where I'm going too, which is kind of crazy, but whatever. I'm going to say where I'm going to be in a couple of days, and it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. So I'm going to Three Kings. Sorry, no Kings. So there's a bar in Bellingham called Three Kings, and anyways. So we're going to Bellingham, and we're going to 220 Lottie Street, which is down here by Cornwall somewhere, and I don't remember exactly which one's Lottie, but it's in this area somewhere. And it's probably City Hall, which is like, I think that, yeah, I believe that is 210 Lottie. 210 Lottie is Harriet Spinell Park, I think, or something like that. I don't know. It's one of these. I can't remember. One of these parks is a City Hall, and that's probably where they're doing this. Well, I don't know. I don't know where they're doing it at. Let's see. Where did they say they were doing it at? Yeah, City Hall. It's City Hall. So City Hall looks like this. No Kings Bellingham. In America, we don't put up with would-be kings, right? This is why I'm doing this. Wolves have no kings, right? In America, we don't put up with would-be kings. Like my favorite author of all time, Robin Hobb, her catchphrase from her book is "Wolves have no kings," and it is this message that I think a Washington person kind of understands. Wolves have no kings. We have packs that we roll in, but we don't obey anybody. We're the American public. We don't have any kings, right? We don't have kings. That's the whole point of America, is we don't have any kings, right? And Trump is acting like a king. And we hate it. We came over here to like, we hate it. We do. The lefties at least hate it, and I hope the right wingers begin to hate it too, because like these people are not your fucking friends. They will deport you. They will imprison you. They are getting scary. They're mobilizing, and so are we. No Kings is a national day of action and mass mobilization in response to increasing authoritarian excesses. And so I feel so blessed to be alive right now that I get to go attend this. And I'm gonna cry. I feel so blessed. I was very worried that I couldn't show how I feel about the Kings situation, you know, and I am going to be able to say, and I want to make a sign, but I don't know if I can do that. I need to go maybe buy a poster, but I don't have any money, so we'll see. But I'm going to make a poster, I think, I have to carry the cell phone. I'm going to do the cell phone is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just do the cell phone like I'm recording it, but I'm actually going to be streaming it, and I'm going to be streaming it live. Now, this could be crazy. If something bad happens that day, if something crazy in the nation happens that day, this thing will get out of hand. It will get out of hand quick, and that's what I'm going to see. And my mother when I mentioned to my mother, I was like, I would really like to go to Los Angeles and see the other streamers and get the fucking get the footage and stuff, and so I'm gonna show a bunch of my personal life, like going to protests and stuff like this, because I did say that I would keep going 14 hours a day every day. That's what SkyCatLive is. I'm not gonna stop because I'm going to protests or anything like that. And I feel strongly about this. I want to show the world for what it actually is. I don't want to be this thing that Hassan is making fun of about people that never leave their house, like Asmongold. I'm not like that. I've just never been like that. I've always had girlfriends, and I've always had jobs, that require me to drive or some such, you know, or cashier. And like I've always been living out in the public very proudly around everybody, and I've never been this crazy criminal to hide from people. I hid in the garage when I was a drug dealer, but I mean, this was to help a friend of mine who was in some trouble. I had a friend who was in some trouble. I didn't know what I was doing at the time. I just wanted to be with her. But I had a friend who was in trouble, and I lived in the garage with her for 10 months, and I was kind of a drug dealer. It was kind of fucked up a little bit, but at that point they had shut me off on Craigslist. So sorry. So let's go see what's going on with the fucking protest, right? So all this stuff's happening in my life, which is kind of crazy. Like, I'm going to go back to school, which will take some of my stream time away, but not very much. You know, I'm only going to do one class, but I just don't know what it is. And I'm going to go to this school. Well, I'm not going to say what school it is, actually, because that's like doxing myself. I don't need to do that. But I'm going to go to school for either World War II history or World War II history or something else. I want to political science. I want to do either or if they'll let me, I wouldn't mind passing the bar and do elder law. 'Cause there's like 3 things I want to do with my life, and I might just stay in school. I might just stay in school for like another 12 years or something, because I already have like 50 credits and I'm close to a degree. Believe it or not, I actually am close to a degree. I went to go become a literature major from CCD, which is the Community College of Denver. United we stand! United we stand! That's a good sign. I like that one. United we stand. I like it. I thought about making a sign that says, love thy neighbor. I thought about, I want to spray paint a sign. I'm going to go get a sign, and I'm going to spray paint a sign. I'll go down. I'm gonna go to like an Office Depot, and I'm gonna buy a poster thing, and I'm gonna hold it with my cell phone. No, I can't hold the cell phone and the sign at the same time because I have a bad arm. I busted my arm when I was 15, and I can't straighten my left arm out all the way. I'm like a gimp. I can't totally move my left arm, but. So I can't really hold a sign. I've got a bad left arm, and I know I have to hold the phone with my right hand because my left hand it doesn't get tired, but it does get tired. But and then I'm going to what was I going to say? I'm going to go to the to the No Kings protest. And I'm gonna show you guys this. Now I can't. I don't think I can. I would need a camera to record. I might borrow a camera to record. I'll ask my mother. I bet my mother has a camera. I guarantee it. She probably does. She has a camera I could probably borrow. And so what I will do is I will upload. The whole No Kings protest, and I will put it on my channel, so that I get some hits. Hopefully I get some hits from the Bellingham people. It'll be an interesting day. It's going to be an interesting day. Saturday is going to be one of the greatest days of my life, I think. It's interesting. It's going to be an interesting day. It's definitely going to be one of the days that stands out. I'm looking forward to Saturday. I don't want kings. I came to this country. My family came to this country to get away from kings. And he's acting like a king. He's like kicking people out. He's using the chopping block. He's chopped up the government. He's firing people. It's disgusting. It's what kings do. One man cannot just fucking sway the government like this. So No Kings is a national day of action. I'm sorry I'm so hoarse and stuff because I've been screaming at these fucking pigs. Excuse me just a second. I'm emotional because I just doxed myself on stream. And it wasn't hard. I've wanted to do it for a long time. It wasn't hard. I'm just emotional because it's a big relief off of my mind that I don't have to hide anymore, because I've never been a person who hides. I'm not. You got a problem with me? Step to me. I've never been a person who hides. You got a problem with me? Step to me. I don't have a problem with anybody. So. No Kings is a national day of action and mass mobilization in response to increasing authoritarian excesses and corruption from Trump and his allies. We've watched as they crack down on free speech, detain people for their political views, threaten to deport American citizens, and defied the courts. They've done this all while continuing to serve and enrich their billionaire allies. On Saturday, June 14th, we're taking to the streets nationwide. We're not gathering to feed his ego. We're building a movement that leaves him behind. We're gonna build a movement that leaves him behind. He's old news. He's the good old boy. He's a good old boy. We don't like good old boys. The flag doesn't belong to Donald Trump. It belongs to us. We're the American public. We're not watching history happen. We're making it. On June 14th, we're showing up everywhere he isn't to say no thrones, no crowns, no kings, no kings, no kings, no kings. Check out nokings.org for more information. A core principle behind all No Kings events is a commitment to nonviolent action. We expect all participants to seek to de-escalate any potential confrontation with those who disagree with our values. So, and I'm going to attend. I don't have any of these things. I don't have any of these things. I don't have an email I use. I don't have a Facebook I use. I don't have a Blue Sky I use. I've been meaning to go to Blue Sky. I have not ever been to Blue Sky. So let's go to Blue Sky, I guess. Maybe I should make a Blue Sky account, I guess. I don't know. And I'm very excited to announce that. So I will be with probably a cell phone in one hand and a camera in the other. And I'm gonna be like I'm just gonna be like a photographer for the whole event, and I'm just gonna watch it. That's all. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut probably. I'm just because I don't want to get the politics into it. I just want to show what happens. I'm not gonna I will talk a bit when I'm doing my recording, but I will not but I will not, but I'm not going to poison the video with my commentary. I'm just going to show the protest, right? And so I'm very excited to announce that on Saturday I will be doing some very interesting IRL live streaming, and I am going to the protest of No Kings. You know, it's going to be fucking amazing. I can't wait for it. I'm excited. I'm scared. I haven't done something like this in a long time, and something bad could happen that day. If something bad happens that day, there will be like craziness. It's going to be crazy, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be a very organized, wonderful day. I don't think there's anything going to be happening. So here's the AP looking at the current Los Angeles protests, fuck fascism and all this. You can see that we really don't like what these guys are doing. You can see it. We don't like it. So I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. It's funny that you know, Hassan mentions that Asmongold never leaves the house, because I leave the house. I've never been a person to not leave the house. I've tried to be this person that stays in the house and be this druggie and just stays inside all day and be like an agoraphobe or something, but I'm just not. I'm not that person that doesn't leave the house. I'm very much a public person, and I've always been. I'm a taxi driver. I'm in the public all the time. I'm such a public person that I have no fear of people, because every person of all types of different types has gotten in my taxi cab before, and I dealt with all of them with aplomb and did well. I don't have any problems with people unless they have problems with me. I don't have any past problems with people. I don't have anybody who hates me unless they don't know me. It's weird. I don't have any haters, you know. I'm not worried about anybody showing up there, and if they do, oh well. I mean, I can't do anything about that, but I mean, I know that, you know, I know that it's going to be an interesting day.
Time whenever there's like an opportunity to mobilize, and
this is an opportunity to mobilize, and I'm going to No Kings. I'm going to start doing the same stuff. I would like to be they say that you know, that the mods of a community are all the people that incessantly, like, religiously watch a streamer, and I'm going to religiously watch Hassan on this channel every day for his whole career, to learn what's going on in the world, because I've not seen him. I've seen him. The only thing I've ever heard negative about Hassan that I didn't like to hear was that he paid for sex. But honestly, if I'm gonna go see some brothel to see what it is, I would patronize the girls if they wanted me to. I mean, or whatever. If it's a legal brothel, but I would never, ever, ever like willingly go to a lethal brothel. I just don't have that in me. I struggle with strip clubs. Now I'm a very, very, like, I'm not a chaste person. I'm you know, but I'm definitely not like, I'm very particular. I'm particular in the ways that I do things and stuff. So like, you know, you can never catch me in a brothel. I would never ever patronize a woman for sex. That's just not something I have in me. I respect women more than that, and honestly, I don't need to. I've never needed to. So. Like, so that's the only thing about Hassan that I dislike, and so I'm here to warn the channel that this channel is going to change quite a bit. I'm going to have to do a bunch of world history on my channel, and I'm going to have to do, or if I'm going to be a history major, I will have to do a whole bunch of work on my channel while I do homework and stuff for school. But it's only going to be one class. It's either going to be political science or World War II studies or Holocaust studies. And they have a good Holocaust program, and I think I might go do what H. Benjamin was talking about, being in a Holocaust studies major. And so you're going to see a bunch of stuff change on this channel. It's always going to be an MMO lifestyle channel, but it's, you know, it is Skycatlive centric, and Skycatlive is going to be doing school and protests and local, like, leftist stuff. And so I've been very nervous to do this. This is a video game stream, and it will always be primarily a video game stream. But real life is a real life thing. Real life is a thing for gamers. So I'm going to show gamers that they can have real lives, and they can pull a wife out of the college, or they can pull a wife out of the protest rally. They can find friends at the protests, or friends at the college and stuff, and no matter what age. And so I'm going back to school. I'm going to finish my degree and probably go all the way through to a PhD, because I've always wanted one, because I'm not going anywhere. I've got disability. Play anyway. I've got disability, and they're going to probably let me go to school. They might say no, and that's going to break my heart, but I'm not going to be sad. That just means I continue my stream as it is. You know, that's not a bad thing if they say no. That's okay. So what was I gonna say? I want to get my degree so that perhaps I can do some kind of honorary job somewhere in a non-profit where I feel like I'm doing something, or I will do political science, and then I will run for City Hall of Bellingham. You know, that people don't know me yet, but I think a streamer could do pretty well. I think a streamer could do pretty well running for local office and stuff. So I've got some dreams that I've always wanted to do, which is like get into politics, because I really can't stand these fucking shitheads. I can't stand them, and I would like to tell them to their fucking face. I can't stand the way that they're running our country. So, like, you know, and so I'll probably try to get into politics if I can't do World War II studies, but I am passionate about World War II studies. So I mean, I am gonna probably. Like, I am gonna pursue, either a degree in World War II studies or Holocaust studies or political science or both. I don't know what it's gonna be. Probably both. But what I want to do is I want to do 4 years of probably Holocaust studies, and then finish up and get a master's in what's it called? Political science. Take my Holocaust studies and take it to political science, and then I want to say, like, and then I want to run for city council, and when I speak on the mic, I won't be scared because I'm a streamer, right? And I'll be like, "Hi, I love you. My name's Skycatlive. You guys might have seen me before or whatever, but I'm running for City Hall, particularly because I care about, like, my community, and I feel like I'm sick of people telling us what to do. So I want to be that person that changes that. I want to coax the people to the water and have them drink. I don't want to tell them what to do. I don't want to tell them they can't do drugs. I don't want to tell them they can't have sex. I don't want to like anything like that. I just don't. I don't. So So, you know, and so I don't know if I will run for city hall, but I figure maybe if when I lose my parents and the inevitable loss of your parents, to fill the hole, I might go run for city hall, which is something that I can do, and try to remove some corruption from the local area, because I think there is a little bit. It's kind of annoying. I want to get confrontational with the right wing, and I want to use my argument to defeat anything that they say. And I'm going to be like, love thy neighbor. And they're going to be like, but they're illegal, they don't work, blah, blah, or whatever. Nope, love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor, and I don't want you, sullying my reputation with my closest neighbor. This is a love thy neighbor thing. And so if I were to run for city council or even president or something like that, I would say, love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor.
They find out I did actually get off my... Then he goes, okay, well...
Like, I know it's Christian, but I don't care if it's Christian. It's not a Christian. It's not in the Ten Commandments. It's just an ideal that America has always had. We've always had this ideal of love thy neighbor. Won't you be my neighbor, right?
Then he should be
like
arrested.
Mr. Rogers. Won't you be my neighbor? Love thy neighbor.
See Hassan? No,
and I'll use that message to slay hearts and win crowds. Love thy neighbor, love thy neighbor, love thy neighbor. And I used to be in the oi punk scene, and I'm used to moshing around and marching around, throwing fists in the air, being love thy neighbor, you know. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do all of this. I'm gonna go back to school. I'm going to go back and I'm going to protest over the summer with all of these No Kings protests. I'm going to meet people. I'm going to ask them what they think. I'm going to like, tell me what you think. You know, tell me how you feel about this, right? What, you got something to say? Okay. I'm gonna give you 90 seconds here. I can't do it forever. But what, you got something to say about the Kings and how they're fucking oligarchs are fucking sucking dick all day? Anyways, so I live in Bellingham. You're going to see me go downtown Bellingham. Bellingham is now, this video is going to cover Bellingham. I want to give you an idea of what Bellingham is like. And so, but I want to start with my own little thing. Bellingham is I want to start with my own description of what it is. Bellingham is a very beautiful port town. With a lot of ships in a big marina on the west side with the Pacific Ocean. And there is a ferry that departs from here and goes to Alaska, all the way up here to White Rock or Point Roberts or other places like University Endowment Lands or Seymour Landing, I think, or Lions Bay or Porto and stuff. There's ferries that go in and out of Bellingham. Bellingham is a ferry town. And it like Ferry, ferry town, and it is also a port town. This is a very famous drug smuggling corridor because it is the footprint into Canada from the south. This is where the Los Angeles drugs travel through. Everybody has to go through Bellingham. There's no other way to do it. There's roads you can take. I mean, but not really, no. And it would take forever. It would take so long. But I mean, yeah, you could kind of come back. But no matter what, if you want to go through Canada, you have to go through Blaine. All of this is borders and walls and dudes with guns and stuff, right? So like, they really protect this border because they have a terrible problem with like, so Colombia sells cocaine to California. California sends boats up here to Bellingham or any other cities and stuff along, like, you know, Anacortes and stuff like this. I know Anacortes and Marietta, like all that stuff. Anacortes is kind of a thing, you know. But so Los Angeles sends its drugs up the 5 in probably big dump trucks or whatever, not dump trucks, but big semis, I would imagine, something kind of like the Chicken Man from Breaking Bad, right? And so there's a reason why Kurt Cobain died. Is because the Mexicans not Mexicans, but Colombia sells cocaine and black tar heroin to Seattle and Los Angeles, and then they move it up to Canada, and there's a terrible drug problem in Washington and in Vancouver and in British Columbia. And there's where my ex-girlfriend lived, Ketchikan, right? That's where my ex-M, she's from Ketchikan. She's a very proud Ketchikan girl. And so, like, yeah, so, like, Surrey, Vancouver. I can go to... I am about an hour from Surrey, which is a good city. It's a beautiful city. A fucking great city. Look at it. It's kind of like Denver or something like that. It's a little bit smaller, but it's still a great city. And so I mean, and Vancouver is a really big fucking city. And Vancouver is where, I think, is... what city is Drake from? Drake is from Toronto, which is, I don't know where Toronto is on the map. I can't remember. I'm not a Canadian. It's like over, isn't it? Yeah, it's like, where is Ontario? Where's Toronto? Toronto is in Ontario. Oh, wow. Okay, so Drake is more eastern. I didn't know. I thought he was western, but no, Toronto is east. So, but I think it's actually The Weeknd. Some big rapper lives up here, and I think it's The Weeknd. And if you remember, The Weeknd did have like the whole country on a new wave. Where is The Weeknd from? So I was actually very lucky. Oh no, he's from Toronto too. So I don't know why, but so there's a big rap scene up there in Vancouver, and Surrey, and those Canadians are influenced by Bellingham. Like Bellingham influences Canada, Canada influences Bellingham. And the Canadians come down here to party, and we go up there to party, and they come down here to buy groceries, and we go there to buy drugs, and so Vancouver does very well, and there's this wonderful, like, what do they call that, symbiotic relationship between Bellingham and Surrey, and more Surrey because it's closer, but Vancouver mainly. It's Surrey and Vancouver is the main one, and so there's this big infinity symbol between Bellingham and Vancouver, Surrey, and I know right now for a fucking fact, because I know a bunch of them, because I used to run with a bunch of these circles in the Northwest as a fucking drug dealer, or as a drug addict, excuse me. And, well, I was not a drug dealer out here, but I was fixing to start up with my prostitute friend and my two brother friend. I knew two brothers that were drug dealers, and I wanted to connect them to my Denver sources, because if I could have slanged fucking ounces out here for what I got them for in Denver, I could have retired in a year. You know, I could have retired in a year. I told them this, and they were like, "You're right." They were like, "What are you getting an ounce for?" And I'm like, $300. And they shit their pants. They're like, $300? And I was like, "Yeah, if I buy enough of it, yeah, $300. Yeah, it's got to be some money. I gotta step with, like, you know, we got to save up some money, like $2-3 grand, but yes, I can get us like a nice brace of, like, you know, like 16 ounces or something like that." And they were like, 16 ounces, and I was like, yes, 16 ounces, yeah. And they were like, we can get a start with that. They were like, yes, we can get a start with that. And I was like, I can get you black tar, I can get you fucking methamphetamine, and so we were looking at dominating Bellingham, because we knew that dominating Bellingham is sort of like dominating Canada. It's sort of crazy. It's like dominating Canada, because Vancouver, not Canada, but northwestern Canada, it's also dominating Vancouver. If you dominate Bellingham, and it's weird because there's such a culture out here. They call it the Cascades. It's called the Cascade Mountains, this whole thing. And there's a lot of interesting culture out here. For instance, there's a lot of... Notice how all the towns sound kind of Indian, like Samish and Swamish and Chuckanut and all this stuff, and Geneva and Dewey and all this stuff. These are Indian names because the Indians really saw this place as heaven, because in the summer it's just as beautiful as Maui, California. Like, Bellingham is just as beautiful as Maui, California from June till August. Now, in the rest of the year, it just rains. It just rains like all year, and everyone's all depressed, and everybody drinks Starbucks, and that's how Starbucks got started. Is because of towns like Bellingham, the people are they're like loggers, they're lumberjacks right out here. They chop trees, so they need coffee because they get up early in the morning and stuff, and that's how Starbucks got started. And when Starbucks got started and Microsoft got started, Seattle exploded, and Seattle's only 2 hours south. So one of the nice things is I realized today, as my mother told me about No Kings, that I can also go to Seattle protests, which are like the biggest protests in the world. And I realized that I had this huge streamer possibility here, like, or whatever, not huge, but I'm saying, like, I have a chance to do what Hassan is doing without costing much money at all, just time. That's it, just time. If I put in the time, I can do what Hassan's doing, which is respond and show to these protests and marches, and let these people fucking know that we don't want kings. You know, we don't want kings. So it's kind of sad. Seattle exploded in the heroin scene, and it also went all the way north. Heroin moved all the way north from Seattle, and all the way north from Los Angeles to Seattle, and then it moved from Seattle to Vancouver, and in between, it hit every town and tore them apart. Like Mukilteo got torn apart, Edmonds got torn apart, Shoreline, Bothell, Maltby, Snohomish. I know a bunch of these people because I used to smoke meth out here, and I know all the dealers and all the fucking people and stuff. I know several prostitutes out here and stuff because I was active in the local scene as the drug doing, the methed out drug doing taxi driver, and everybody knows me. I'm the taxi driver. It's one of the reasons why I'm not scared of saying that I'm Sky, because I'm the taxi driver. So many thousands of people know me. I don't have the luxury of having anonymity. I don't have it. I've just never had it. I've been a taxi driver most of my life. I don't have it. So anyways, so Marysville got torn up, and I mean torn up, and I have a girl. I have a girl I fucked from Marysville, and she's caught up in that. And I really liked her. I'm not going to say her name, but I really liked this girl. And she went back to Marysville. I couldn't believe she did it. And I told her, I was like, yo, I really like you. I would put a ring on it. And she was like, I'm fucked up, and I'm doing too much heroin, and I'm trapped in the Marysville. That's what she said. She was like, I'm trapped in Marysville. She was like, I would like to come fuck you right now. She told me that. She was like, I want to come fuck you right now for what you just said. But she's like, I can't. I'm trapped in Marysville doing heroin. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I can't rescue you. I can rescue you, but I can't, though. I can't save you. I can't save you from that. And she was like, no, you can't save me from that. No. And I was like, oh God, okay. Well, at least you're honest. They're always honest with me because they know I'll suss it out right away. So they just tell me. Smoky Point, Arlington, Savannah, Bryant, all of these small towns, like so Kurt Cobain is from I think it was Alger, I think. Where was Kurt Cobain born? Kurt Cobain is from Aberdeen, which is a more eastern town, but he was born in Aberdeen, Washington, which is a small lumberjack town. And so we'll pull up Aberdeen now and see how far it is from me. But I live very close to where Kurt Cobain... no, I don't live that close, but I live Aberdeen, Washington. So there's Aberdeen, Washington. It's west of Seattle, so I'm north in Bellingham, but you can see that like you can tell that if Kurt Cobain was doing heroin in Aberdeen, you can tell that, that's a very small town, small port town and stuff, lumberjack port town. They're probably fishermen and lumberjacks because all there is out there is fish and trees, right? It's a big rainforest and stuff out here. And so he lived west of Seattle, and if heroin traveled out west, and Courtney Love was from Olympia. And so I always wanted to live out here for a little while because I was like, I want to see what the Pacific Northwest is like, because it was very formative on one of my biggest heroes, Kurt Cobain, and one of my other biggest heroes, Courtney Love. And there was a bunch of other people from out here too, like Soundgarden was from out here. Chris Cornell is a really big influence on me. I sang some Soundgarden recently. I think Alice in Chains was from out here. There's a lot of good grunge in Seattle, and grunge is my favorite music. It's just it's played out now because it's an era that's dead. So I don't really want to hear it anymore. I want to hear new stuff, right? Because grunge is dead. You can't really get good new modern grunge. The best new modern grunge band that I can think of is Highly Suspect, and that's a good band. But I mean, they're still a little bit too newfangled. And so I love Highly Suspect, by the way. I fucking love Highly Suspect. It's not like oh, that's a good band thing. I love Highly Suspect. I think they're fucking amazing. So Aberdeen is an interesting town. I've never been there, and I probably want to go there at some point in my life. When my parents pass, I'll start doing things more for myself. And one of the things I wanted to do is visit Aberdeen, and I'll do it on my stream. I'll drive on down to Aberdeen, to the town where Kurt Cobain was born, just to see just to show a bunch of boomers where what the town of that Kurt Cobain comes from looks like. And so I'm north. I'm way up here. And so drugs tore this place apart. Drugs tore Seattle apart. We've seen stuff like this. All the homeless doing trank on the Seattle streets and stuff. It's torn the Pacific Northwest apart. And that's one of the reasons why Seattle is one of the reasons why the heroin epidemic in Seattle is one of the reasons why they're so pissed about the border. They think if they shut down the Mexicans from going over the border, they're going to stop the drug trade. But that's ridiculous. The Americans are the drug trade. It's ridiculous. That's not going to stop heroin at all. It doesn't stop heroin. It will not stop in any way or form. Heroin is something that you just can't stop. Drugs are everywhere. You can't stop it. It's not this thing that can be locked out with police or borders or something like that. It's ridiculous. So, for one thing, you can grow poppies in your front yard. That's all heroin is. It's the poppy plant. You take the bulb from the poppy plant, and you take a knife and you cut like lots of cross cuts in the root of the poppy plant, and the secretion of that root is opioid. So I mean, like, so trying to say that shutting down a like piece of shit little Eichmann's trying to say that we should shut down the fucking border, like fucking brain dead moron, tablet morons. Not only is it stupid, it's also dangerous and racist, and it's stupid, and it doesn't stop anybody. Trust me. And this is how this works too. You can't stop drugs. You can't fight them. It's stupid to try and fight them. Just let them kill themselves. It's goddamn dumb. We need population control. Let them kill themselves. So. You can always go grow poppies in your fucking front yard and pull up the root at the end of the summer and start chopping it with a knife and get your own goddamn fucking opium, And then from there, it's only like I don't know what the process is because I don't care. But I mean, from there, it's like a boiling process, I think, or something like that with some additives and stuff. And then you cook it, and then you've got black tar heroin, And so... Like, no matter what, if they close that border, the drug crisis will not end. People have to come to that willingly. Oh, you can bring a horse to drink, but you can't. You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so I want to make them drink. I want to make them feel like their lives could be so good that they don't want to be burnt out druggies anymore. And I don't know. And that's really hard to do, but that's what I want to do. And I want to reach out to this neighborhood. I would have liked to do this in Denver, but the rent's too expensive there, and I don't have a place to live in Denver. Or I would just move back there and do this there, But I don't have any money, so.
Place we've seen in Washington, probably easy top 3. Anywhere.
So here's Bellingham. They're gonna talk. They're gonna talk and show. I want to put this in a higher res. Why are we in fucking 360? That doesn't make any sense. Isn't auto YouTube supposed to fix that? Why does this look so crappy?
Creative duo.
5 years
because
ago.
they filmed in 360 because it's 5 years old, I guess.
Cycling across
I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back. The cycling is amazing out here. The fishing is amazing out here, both river and ocean. The snowboarding and skiing is amazing out here. The food is both the best seafood from the Pacific Ocean as well as the people are just amazing because they're all ex-California people and all this. People are fucking amazing. And drugs tore up the whole corridor, and up and down the 5 every day there's like a ton of heroin being moved between Vancouver and Seattle. And the Western Canada, all of Western Canada, it has been torn apart by heroin, and they get all of their heroin out of Vancouver, and Seattle has to go through either by water or air or a road. They have to go down the 5, and so all the time I'm aware that there's like drug smugglers moving up the 5 north all the time. They have to be. It's fucking crazy. So this is all the time at like 4:30 in the morning. You'll see like 5, 6 cars going somewhere. And you're like, that's gotta be, I don't understand why they do that. It's got to be like a drug smuggling thing or something, or a gang moving or something like that. It's fucking crazy. But there's definitely Canadian biker gangs that come down here from like Richmond and Vancouver and Surrey and stuff, and they have like these loud ricers, and you can hear them even on my microphone in my stream. Sometimes you'll hear like 15 of them on the fucking highway, because the highway is like a half mile that direction. Like the way I'm pointing, right? The highway is like a half mile in that direction. You can see it. It's like I could walk to the highway. It's like half a mile in that direction. I do basically walk to the highway pretty much all the time. And so, like, it's interesting, like, this whole thing, I want to try and fix the drugs problem by making the jobs so good here in Washington that they don't want to be high. But everybody's so depressed because they were all like these fishermen, proud Native Americans, proud lumberjacks and stuff that used to make really, really good money. But with recession and inflation and the lack of, people are starting to move to metal as opposed to wood. And, fishing is this thing that's controlled. You can't do it like totally crazy. And so, like, and you can only do a certain amount of fishing each year and all this stuff. And so all the stuff that used to be so bustling out here is a little bit lesser. So Bellingham has a good technical institute and a good college called Western. And I thought about going to Western. I think I would like to go to Western. But I want to go to Western, I think, but we'll see. I don't know if they'll let me. Because I have they forgave my college debt, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I think they'll probably do. I think they'll probably do it. What was I gonna say? So this is the whole Bellingham trip. So now let's learn about Bellingham.
3 years ago, we got married, and our current adventure is traveling and working full-time out of our DIY sprinter van.
We're on a mission to live more meaningful lives by inviting other people along the way to join us in the adventure. We are Let's Be Us.
Let's be us. They're van life people.
Have you ever been on the highway and passed a city and said, one day I'm going to stop there? Well, that's Bellingham for us. But when our friend Mason reached out on Instagram, we had the perfect excuse to finally stop and see for ourselves what this hidden gem of a city has to offer. Welcome to Bellingham.
There it is. Beautiful. Oh, I love the church. The church is so amazing. The church is beautiful. That's right down the road.
Home to the
look, this is right down the road. I can like finally talk to you guys about where I live because I can't hide it anymore. I'm going to be very active in the Northwestern Pacific libtard scene. This is a liberal channel, guys. It's a liberal video game channel. I think I kind of want to put it in my stream title, a liberal MMO lifestyle channel. Maybe I'll change my title today. I think I'm probably going to change my title today. It's kind of crazy. I'm going to put lib in the fucking title, the lib MMO lifestyle, right? There we go. It's happening. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going lib. I'm sorry. I know it's cheesy.
Mural in Washington. Countless shops and restaurants. And our friend Mason. What started out as a quick cup of coffee one afternoon turned into a 3-day adventure of hanging out with him.
Oh my god! Like, so eating food at a restaurant down in the marina is so beautiful on like a Sunday afternoon with the beautiful sun in the summer. Right now, like today it's a Wednesday afternoon. It's so beautiful outside right now. And like, dude, sitting out there by the water, like on the patio, I've done it several times. It's so beautiful. It's a Pacific vibe, like the likes of which you can't find almost anywhere else in the world. It's insane.
Seeing why he
I love my city. I actually really love my city. I didn't like it at first. I thought of it as short bustling because I was like, there's all these crazy people on meth and heroin out here, and if it's not them, it's all like weird rancher dudes who are kind of like right wing and crazy and really Trumper. And there's a lot. They're like, okay, the right is really active out here. Like, this used to just be lumberjacks and fishermen, and they were all right. And then suddenly, like with the Kurt Cobain explosion and the Seattle thing and all this, suddenly this place was like leftist, like mostly leftist overnight, and heroin tore up this place.
loves this town so
Bellingham has a terrible heroin problem. I've done heroin with a bunch of people in Bellingham, and I know that it has a terrible heroin problem. Like my prostitute friend, she saved my friend's life. He's dead now because he overdosed. But my prostitute friend, she and I don't like calling her that, but I mean, you know, that's what she was. Like, you know, she was proud of it. You know, she made more money than me. She made more money than anybody I've ever met. I mean, she made so much money. She administered I'm sorry. So dude administered his own shot, and he's dead now. My friend Alan, and she knew what was happening. She's like, your friend's going to crash now. I warned him what was going to happen. He ignored me. He has done too much drugs, and we're going to have to save his life. And she informs this to me, like very matter of factly. And I'm like, my friend's going to die now. And she's like, yes, your friend is going to die now. We have to do something. She starts slapping him real fucking hard. She's like, I've done this before. You think you're gonna think that I'm assaulting your friend, but your friend is dying. I'm trying to save his life. And I was like, should I call 911? And she was like, no, don't call 911. I think I can save him. And I was like, what if he dies? And she was like, no, he's not close enough. He's not close enough to die. If I wake him up, he'll be fine. And so she starts slap for like 15 seconds or something like that. And sure enough, on like the 15th slap, he was like, what do you want? And he woke up. And we're like, wake up, dude, wake up. Come with us, come back to us. You've overdosed. You got to come with us. And then, you know, and he crashed out in the hotel room for like 8 hours. And you know, it was just crazy. It was fucked up, but we didn't have to call 911, thank God, because all of us had probation and priors. I've seen what the heroin has done to this local scene. Like, for instance, in Bellingham, if we pull the map, back to Bellingham, down here is a place called, there's a street called Samish, which is a little bit further. You see Lake Samish, right? And I actually lived right here. I don't want to point at the exact spot but I lived right in here. I lived right in here for about a year in a cabin, and I just played EVE Online for like a year, and I just house sitted for my friend, and I got sober and got better and stuff. And so, like, you know, so I've lived right here before for a year or two, right on Lake Samish, which is also one of the most beautiful lakes in the world. And Lake Padden's really amazing too. But anyways, so we're going back, and we're looking for, on the 5 is an exit called Samish, right? Samish Way. There it is. Lincoln Street, Samish, South Samish Way. But I think that's Samish, isn't it? Oh no, that's Old Fairhaven. So that's a little bit too far. We're looking for. No. Oh yeah. I'm looking for South Samish, but yeah. So okay. So okay. So I have had sex with a junkie in the 4 Points by Sheraton, and I'm very proud of this because she was fucking hot. And that girl was so fucking hot. And I definitely have, like, had sex in that 4 Points. It's kind of crazy, but I have. Taxi drivers get around. So anyways, 5, I get around, bitch, like Tupac. You know what I'm saying? It is true. So past Lakeway is South Samish. Samish is what they call a strip. Hookers used to stroll it, but the problem is there's a college there right on the strip. So they used to let hookers stroll the strip, and there's all these crack motels down there. And I know all the hookers that live in the crack motels because I'm the taxi driver, and they're like, you do drugs, huh? And I'm like, no. And then I smile at them, no. And I smile, right? And they're like, oh, you evil devil, you. And they're like, what do you like? And I'm like, I don't know. I like to party, what? And they're like, and then they proposition me like, yo, I could use some rides and stuff. And I'm like, well, you know, whatever. I'm not, and they offer me their body, and I'm like, well, no, I'm not taking that. And they're like, really? And it's like, yeah, no, well, I'll take your money though. You know, so I'll take your money though. And in this way, I learned all of the prostitutes on South Samish Way. And a bunch of them were black. A bunch of them were black. Like, I definitely had sex with several of them with no money exchanged at all. They just jumped me. One time, my fat black girl prostitute friend, who I snuck into my house one time where my parents live, which I can't believe I did. I can't believe I snuck a black prostitute girl into my house to fuck her. But I was dating this black prostitute girl, but I mean, I knew what she did, but I mean, I never gave her $1. I didn't give her drugs or $1 or anything. That, you know, she just liked my company. And so one time she was like, you should come in. And I was like, really? Okay. And she was like, you should come in. Yeah. And I was like, okay. And I like came into her motel room and on like down here. And I think that was the Samish Hotel. I think this wasn't the 4 Points. She was living in the Crack Motel, which was way more rundown. And she puts on Future, which I don't like. And she's like, I really like Future. And she's fat, which is, you know, she was fat, but she was beautiful. She was big, beautiful. She was fucking beautiful. And she just strips down fucking naked. She puts on Future and she just jumps me. She was like, I like you. And I was like, okay, cool. And she just jumped me, you know, it wasn't like no money. And I knew what she did. She told me what she did. And I was like, I mean, and yeah, so I've had sex with several prostitutes, but I've never paid them. I don't pay them. No. that would be weird. That would be weird. That's like objectifying women. I'll just sleep with them. You know, I don't. They'll jump. They do stuff like jump me sometimes. I don't know. That was the first time I ever heard Future. It was like this. She was this. I guess I gotta say black lady. I don't know why her race matters. Her race doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's like just to prove how, like, you know, how I don't care about race. I'm not a racist. I'll tell you that. So, like dozens of other Washington cities, Bellingham will have a protest of its own. It will take place from 3 to 6 in front of Bellingham City Hall. Will there be any street closures? In an email to the Herald, the spokesperson for the City Public Works Department said that a special event permit allowing for street closures has been issued for the protest. 2 blocks of downtown Bellingham are expected to be closed for the protest. The block of Lottie Street and Grand Avenue and Commercial Street. And these are all places I'm going to take you guys to, and I'm going to show you. And the block of Grand Avenue between Lottie Street and Central Avenue. The closures will run from 2 to 6:30, according to the Public Works Department. And so, yep, and so I'm very excited for this on Saturday. It's going to be amazing. I think we can kind of get off this now and go back to what we were originally looking at, which was Asmongold making a fucking ass out of himself. Now, I'm going to point out something to you. I believe Asmongold picks his nose. And I know, I believe this because I've watched him so much. He's online 14 hours a day like me. And it sucks because when you talk like this for 14 hours, it makes your nose itch really bad. It makes the hair in your nose grow more. Like I literally trim my nose hair every day, and it gets out of hand. It's so annoying. It doesn't get out of hand, but it's just annoying, you know. And yeah, I swear to God, see, he's got his finger in his fucking nose, and I've had this personal theory that Asmongold picks his fucking nose. You can see it now. He keeps his finger by his nose all the time. See it? I catch him with that finger in his nose all the time. I'm sorry, but I do. I just happen to random catch him doing it. But I mean, like, I see him do this a lot. I swear to God, he puts his finger in his fucking nose all the time. Like he doesn't think we're watching. But he does. He like puts his fucking finger in his fucking nose. I don't do that.
I think that I saw an image of it. I think he's on like the side of the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area because if he.
Oh, goalpost shifted. No, I was down there, dip. Oh, he went in, but that's not enough. It's not enough that he actually is there. He actually is not like in front of the line. Oh, he is in front of the line. Okay, well, then he should be killed.
He could get in trouble.
Oh my God.
He has no problem LARPing as a revolutionary, but actually putting it on the line, this is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was there? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did? I'd have to double see and see it. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these people should just get arrested.
That was so quick. Someone was like, no, he was down there. It's like, oh, he should get arrested. Like, that was literally, bro, the goalpost shift was so fast. He just went, like, dude, oh my God. He went, he's not down there. He's a LARPer. He's not down there. He's a LARPer. Where are you? You're at your house. Why don't you go protest alongside ICE, dude? Put your pussy right on that, okay? Put your pussy right in the front lines. Stand behind the ICE agents and be like, please kill these people. You have no problem saying that from home. Go to the pro-Israel rallies and be like, we want more death. Yeah, go assist ICE, you bootlicker? Jesus Christ.
I mean, for sure, he was though. Yeah,
Look, this part is so funny though. Holy sh! Someone being like, nah, he was there. He was in the front lines. Like,
yeah, from which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like,
just no.
He should get in trouble.
Oh, you should just kill
He
him.
should get in trouble.
Arrest him. Come on.
Little Eichmanns annoy me so goddamn bad. They're so ignorant.
What's happening?
I mean, for sure, he was though. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and double check. He already did. Oh,
Dude, right wingers are such crybabies, dude. They have designed their entire culture around
Hate.
resisting against a tyrannical government. Okay, they're like, oh yeah, come and take it. It's like I got my gun. Like I'll fight tyranny. You know,
Don't step on Snack.
wave the African flag. But then
Don't step on Snack. Don't step on Snack. Don't step on Snack. I want to put it on my desktop again. Don't step on Snack. Yeah, no step on Snack. No. Don't step on Snack. Don't step on Snack. No step on Snack. No step on Snack. No step on Snack. I want to get a patch and put it on my jacket or something. No step on Snack. Open image in new tab. Did you get in? Oh, you did. Nice. Don't step on Snack. New tab. New tab. Okay, perfect. Yes. Open image. Save image. Open image in new tab. Oops, no. Open image in Paint or save image as. No step on Snack. No step on Snack. Right. And then I want you to open, and I want you to make my background. Nice. No step on Snack, bitch. And no step on Snack. No step on Snack. No step on Snack. The fucking shitheads, they're so dumb. They're so dumb. Fucking shithead right wingers. Oh my god. No step on Snack.
the moment that the government is being tyrannical, they're like, "Oh, please do more tyranny, please." Actually,
please do more tyranny,
Can I assist you in the tyranny?
Oh, please do
We
more
love the
tyranny.
I'd have to double see and see it.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think all these.
What happened to my ride?
That's
Where
really
am
how
I?
I see it.
Oh, okay.
Asmongold looking at the picket lines during the civil rights struggle. Yeah, all these blacks, they gotta get arrested. And the whites too, actually. Separate but equal, guys. Yeah, based. It's separate but equal. Too much if you ask me. It should be separate and unequal. But they got equality, it's just separate. They don't like it. Yeah, why are they resisting? Yeah, based. I was gonna be on board, but LBJ, not really good that he sent the National Guard to Selma. Why is he protecting these criminals? Obviously, the law's the law. The law's the law, guys. Chat, the law is the law. These blacks that are trying to walk, trying to march, how about they don't march? I don't like it. We want to keep them separate. Yeah, law's the law. Law and order. Restore it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how like there's no other solution to it other than that.
There's no other solution.
No other
By the way,
solution to it other than
The beauty
that.
of this is these people are engaging in a behavior that absolutely is a nuisance, okay? They're protesting and they've blocked off the highway in an effort to protest, right? Except they're protesting for a good cause, a cause that I 100% agree with, that ICE should not
They
work
blocked off the
within
5.
the
Oh my
confines
god.
of any state, really, but especially not in Los Angeles, which is a sanctuary state and a sanctuary city, right? No ICE. No ICE in general. If you were to ask me, I think it should be completely dissolved. It should not exist at all.
Yep.
In the past, before the Department of Homeland Security was invented, ICE did not exist. You had the INS, which would routinely conduct raids as well, which also should be, I mean, it was significantly more limited than what took place since ICE's invention, which is, again, a relatively new phenomenon in American history. A lot of people take it for granted. You think the Department of Homeland Security was like, always around, like is post 9/11, okay, and so is ICE. And INS's activities, mostly, aside from like every now and then going after undocumented migrant workers, but their overwhelming majority of INS activity still revolves around like sex trafficking and like criminal elements, right? There are already federal law enforcement agencies that are supposed to be tasked with dealing with drug trafficking. You got the DEA, weapons trafficking, you got the ATF, and kidnapping and sex trafficking, you got the FBI. ICE does not need to exist. It simply exists as a way to militarize immigrant enforcement, which is a civil, not a real crime, basically. Like crossing the border is not considered a real crime. Overstaying your visa is not considered a severe enough crime that is supposed to be met with this level of force, this level of apprehension and mass detentions. If it was the case, then ICE wouldn't be routinely, when there's a libtard in charge, routinely conducting regular checkups with migrants that they are now kidnapping at the point of those checkups. For the record, it's not a crime. It's just paperwork. Like, you're waiting for your paperwork to be fulfilled to stay in the country. So I think ICE should be abolished 100%. This is a civil violation to cross the border illegally, or a civil violation to overstay your visa, which is, of course, the majority of undocumented migrants on U.S. soil are visa overstayers. But the crime that we're talking about, in and of itself, is simply paperwork, waiting for your paperwork. In most circumstances, these people are just waiting for their paperwork, and the government turns off the opportunity for said paperwork to be fulfilled. And then they go, nope, you're done, you're out. I consider this completely ridiculous, completely unacceptable. ISIS affairs are unimaginably cruel and completely unjustifiable. And also, it doesn't help anything. It hurts commerce, it hurts these communities, it hurts the culture. It's ridiculous. It is for no good reason. The only reason why all of these raids are happening is because Trump has been able to successfully whip up an incredible amount of hatred and dehumanization against migrants, claiming that they were all rapist criminals. So much so that even other people who are related to undocumented migrants themselves ended up voting for him. The alternative was so, from their perspective, that they went and they voted for Donald Trump. We were in an Uber going to Little Tokyo yesterday from one part of the protest to the next, and the dude that was in the Uber was Latino, and he told me he was so sad that he had voted for Donald Trump, that he never actually foresaw,
hey, I got a party,
this level of reaction, like this kind of ICE enforcement happening in Los Angeles. And he was wrong. And I fucking yelled about this every goddamn day. I yelled about this every fucking day on this goddamn broadcast. Every day, that Donald Trump was a fucking fascist, that he was going to do mass deportations, that no one in the media was actually talking about how severe these deportations were going to look like, how awful these deportations were going to look like. And you want to know why no one in the media was asking that? Because the Democrats themselves were also running on immigration enforcement. They were running to the right. You have to remember, while yes, people who were locked in, people who were laser focused, people who were paying attention, people like yourselves that were in here for the entire journey, sure, you understood the situation. You understood the situation. But you have to recognize that the Democrats themselves also showcased a militant reaction to undocumented migration, because they were so scared. They saw the incredible amount of reactionary, right-wing migrants type of sentiment coming from the Republicans for the 4 years that Brandon was in charge. And by the end of said 4 years, Joe Biden turned around and said he was going to do a border wall bill. He was basically going to implement Donald Trump's 2020 vision. They openly admitted that migrants constitute a national security threat. They basically handed that victory to the Trump administration by saying, you know what? We got caught. Trump was right. Migrants are actually criminals. Some of them are really violent ones, as a matter of fact. But we want to be the reasonable way. We want to be the reasonable party that deports some of these criminal migrants. They want to deport every migrant. That kind of idiotic messaging is only going to make the average person think, okay, well, I guess the Republicans were right. I guess the Republicans were right that migrants are criminals. Of course they're going to think, yeah, I guess, I should vote for the honest guys. Why should I vote for the diet version when the real full power soda exists. I'm using Felix Biederman terminology here. The full-powered soda, the full-powered sugar soda is the Republican Party. The diet, gay, elitist, technocratic version of said soda is the Democratic Party. No one wants to drink the diet soda. We're Americans.
Impeding a highway? They are. They're impeding a highway.
Yeah, they're impeding a highway, and that's unacceptable. But those cops are also then using said highway for the rest of the night to stage, okay, because that's what they did. Those cops then impeded the highway for the rest of the night as a staging ground, by the way. But Asmongold, of course, has no issue with that. These guys are impeding the highway in protest. That's wrong. They should be arrested. Cops impede the highway so they can use the same taxpayer-funded weapons on their own tax-paying citizens to defend ICE raids in the state, a sanctuary state in a sanctuary city. That's perfectly valid. Do you understand the double standard? It all revolves around institutions and defending institutional power, defending state power. You're like, no, cops can do whatever the fuck they want. They can be as violent as they want. That's perfectly valid, because on the other side, the people that are receiving that violence are probably doing something that they shouldn't be doing. You're not even like entertaining the idea that maybe the cops should not be doing this. The vast majority of Americans do not want to deport most illegal immigrants who lived here for years and are productive members of society. The fact that the Democrats are scared to fight on an issue where they have a 61-24% majority is absolutely pathetic. Yeah, also, this is not new. People wanted fucking mass deportations, right? Everyone said, oh, well, 60% of Americans want mass deportations. What did I say whenever those polls came out? Two things. Number one, those polls also have a second question that never gets brought up in media. When given two options, mass deportation or mass amnesty, the majority always goes with mass amnesty. That's the second option is never discussed. And number two, these people are advocating for a thing that they do not understand. And it is up to both the media and, more importantly, the Democratic Party, the counter message, to show how depraved mass deportations would look like. And if the Democrats don't actually, one, talk about the humanity of migrants and how we are a nation of migrants and how these people are wonderful contributors to American society, that they're just working alongside all of us every single day, and how important it is that we actually pay them back, how we actually give them the paperwork, how we actually allow them to become more productive members of society that can take more of the amenities, they can use more of the amenities. When the Democrats don't do that and the market is flooded with right-wing sentiment, you arrive at Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Haitians on temporary protective status that Trump offered them, by the way, just as the Biden administration did, are actually illegal aliens, and they're eating cats and dogs. That's what the discourse was. It blew my mind. If you let these guys, even with liberals, okay, this is why I yell at liberals all the time. If you let the right-wing reactionary psychopaths drive discourse, they are always going to escalate. They are always going to say even more insane things, even more violent things, even more radical things, because they have not logically arrived at their position. They have arrived at their position not by looking at the facts of the ground, facts of the matter, looking at the facts on the ground, looking at empirical evidence. They arrived at that conclusion out of anger, resentment, and fear. They arrived at that because they have a white nativist attitude, a white supremacist attitude, an idea that, like, third world migration is actually disrupting American culture and ruining American society. We don't want to be around these blacks and browns. Like, that's their mentality. That's their primary focus here. And they will do anything to try and radicalize average people every single day. And they did it so successfully. It blows my mind. They did it so successfully that Latino men were going, that's right, I, Jose, believe that we should get these bad migrants out of this country. It's like, bro, they think you're the bad migrant. They think you are also the third world guy that ruined the culture of this country. That's what they're saying. And now that this violence is unfolding, of course people go, oh, never mind, I didn't like that. It's just like, as I said, the Uber driver who was like really devastated that he was watching his neighborhood get ripped apart by ICE agents and having his neighbors get packed up. ICE going to school graduations. Like, how insane is that? Where are these criminals that they're apprehending? At school graduations? Are they apprehending these criminals at Home Depot? A dude that is so desperate for work that he's gonna do some drywall work, okay? For pennies on the dollar. That's how desperate that guy is. That guy's the criminal, really? Not this god administration filled to the brim with rapists and you know, drunkards and psychopaths, felons. That guy who just simply wants a leg up for his family. Guy who came here and is working in slave labor conditions with the hopes that maybe his next of kin will have a better opportunity. One that he is fighting desperately for. That
Okay, I
guy's the
signed up for
criminal.
Blue Sky.
You.
And I have social media again. I'm not going to use it, but I have it. Let's go look at Blue Sky. Discover. It turns out this PS2 is not actually about China roast, but it's entirely focused on entirely incredibly funny stuff in this specific shit. Wait.
It's too late now. I have.
Yeah, it just never goes bad.
Ah, loud, you're blasting me. Sorry.
I want you to get some rest.
This volume slider is weird.
Here.
Kia!
It just never goes bad. Wow.
I want you to get some rest.
Oh, it's time for the cheaper to buy vegetables here.
Kia!
Why?
Where'd he go?
Oops, that's where the now works. It's too late now. I have to concentrate on saving the now's place.
No, dude. Yeah, it just never goes bad. Wow.
I want you to get some rest.
Oh, it's time for the cheaper to buy vegetables here.
I don't understand and I don't like it.
Kia!
Show less like that. Harvey Weinstein has been convicted by a New York jury with one charge of committing a criminal sexual act in his sexual assault retrial. Damn. Yesterday at Henry M. Jackson Federal Building in Seattle, barriers were built with scooters and bikes in front of the building's garage exit. This comes as it was announced today that ICE will be deploying tactical teams to 5 cities in the U.S. to assist in mass deportations. Release the hostages. Release the hostages. Release the hostages. Release the hostages. I love it. I love it. It's oh, this is such a long walk. I need a priest.
In Ashdod, he said, you know, you're an angry young. Donald Trump commented about your you being soft in Ashdod. He said, you know, you're an angry young woman.
She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class.
Well, I think the world needs a lot of more young, angry women, to be honest.
Yep.
Especially with everything going on right now. That's the thing we need the most of.
I loved it.
Trump commented about you being soft in Ashdod. He said, you know, you're an angry young woman.
She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually, but I saw what happened.
Every flashbang could be a meal for every flashbang could be a meal for a poor kid. It's like, oh my god. Every hotel room for a National Guardsman deployed to fire at our neighbors could house a homeless vet. Oh my god, it's so annoying. All right, so let's go back to the protest. Yeah, pigs standing around. At least they're standing around.
So here's the inside scoop on what to see and do in Washington's best kept secret.
The quality of this video is so bad that I don't want to do this video. Are any of these videos actually of quality?
Planning to visit Bellingham, Washington. Want to know the top 10
Why
things
are
to
all
do?
of these in 360? That makes no sense. What happened? What's happening? I don't understand. Did I disconnect? Ah, where's my... Oh, no, don't fall.
Let's set the stage for an adventure in one of the Pacific Northwest's hidden gems. Nestled between the sparkling waters of...
Why are all these videos in 360? They're tourist videos. I need to be able to actually see the fucking city. You idiots. Why are you making tourist videos?
Hey, what's up? It's Anthony Marley Love. Welcome to another episode of Traveling While Black.
Yes, we are in
Traveling While Black.
Washington.
Yeah.
And we're excited for you all to check out the city with us. Come on.
Look, they have good
Hey, what's
mics.
up? I'm Anthony.
And I'm Marley. Welcome to Traveling While Black. Back in August of 2020, we took our first trip to Bellingham, Washington. I surprised Ant for his birthday with a trip to the Puget Sound coastal city, located less than 100 miles north of Seattle and only 18 miles south of the U.S.-Canadian border.
And we had a blast. But see, the thing is, our show at the time of our visit was still pretty new. And of course, it has changed quite a bit, like our new rating scale. But during that same time, Bellingham has also changed.
Bellingham being known
There, that's a good shot of the city. I mean, that's not like that's a small part of the city, but
beautiful scenery and great access to them.
yeah, like so I used to drive taxis, so there's this road that, well, no, this is a little bit further, but no, it's there. There's a road that runs all through here, and see all these apartment complexes and stuff and houses that are up and down here. That's the college. The college is right there. That's the college. The college is right there at the top of the hill, and it's a college town. It's mainly a college town, kind of a lumberjack town a little bit, and a lot of Alaskans and Canadians and stuff, and there's a road that you can see like some lights over there, but there's a road that runs like right past here. That's a very beautiful road that a lot of people walk down. It's kind of cool.
Outdoors made summertime seem like
a lot of people walk in this town, walk and bike.
The time to go back to re-experience.
Because I mean, yeah, it's expensive.
This time to dive deeper into the area and really understand how things are.
One other huge difference for
I'm hungry today for some reason. I've already had like 2 sandwich wraps and like a can of ravioli, and I'm still hungry. It's weird. I don't know why.
Trip this time is that we aren't in a pandemic, so that means we can actually get out and really experience what there is to do for fun within the city. And of course,
get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Experiencing that fun How comfortable do we feel as Black visitors?
Yes, we are excited to be coming back to Bellingham for another visit. When we reviewed our last trip, we gave it some rave reviews, but we realized that we missed a lot of important details that we will be sure to touch on this episode.
And as usual, a lot of the important detail begins with the city's history. And on this visit, we were able to get really hit to that local history by meeting up with a local expert.
So my name's Josh Soretti. I'm an associate professor of history and women, gender, and sexuality studies at Western Washington University.
Yes, this time was going to be different in Bellingham. Along with us being more seasoned Washingtonians, we will experience the local community and dive deeper into the history of the city.
Before it was the county seat of Whatcom County, Bellingham was home to the Salish peoples. For centuries, they called this area home until the arrival of Europeans.
In 1792, George Vancouver named the area Bellingham Bay, the namesake to the present-day city. But getting to that more present-day name was a little more complicated.
Bellingham is made up of the village of Whatcom, the village of Seaholm, and we're standing right on.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a tri-borough. It's 3 towns. They all connect in a triangle. It's actually such a cool little town. It's got 3 boroughs, and they all connect, and it's actually really cool. There's Seaholm, and
now was the creek right over.
And then Whatcom, yeah.
Further down the bay, there was a village called Bellingham, and then a village called Fairhaven.
That's a Bellingham guy. This guy. Yeah, this is the sort of culture you'll see in Bellingham. It's funny. Very trend. It's a very trendy town. The college kids from Seattle come up here sometimes.
Merged to form Fairhaven in 1890. Seaholm and Whatcom merged to form New Whatcom in 1890.
Yes, the respective villages teaming up with one another to create 2 new cities was seemingly easy. But that wasn't to be the case when the 2 newer cities decided to join to create the present-day city.
There we go.
And then the 2 new cities kind of had a competition. In 1904, when they merged,
I don't like his tattoos at all. I think they're bad.
Want to become
I don't think they
Fairhaven.
even look good.
And Fairhaven didn't want to become Whatcom.
Yes, the stubborn residents of the 2 remaining cities were able to somehow come to an agreement.
They settled on the name that George Vancouver had given the bay back in the 1790s, which was Bellingham.
Yes, they voted. At least the naming of the city was a lot more democratic than the naming of the bay.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Whidbey.
But sir,
Whidbey Island.
It's an island.
That's right. Okay, Bellingham, I suppose you earned the honor. I declare this area Bellingham Bay.
Or maybe it didn't exactly go like that.
As rough as it was, the deciding on a name is not the only controversy associated with the city of Bellingham. Like all cities, Bellingham only came into existence because of the economies created by industry. And as we all know, along with that usually comes the ugliness of hate and exclusion.
A lot of people came from all over the world to Bellingham. There were Filipinos who came to work in the canneries. Indigenous people came to take a lot of different jobs down here. But there were also these kind of waves of exclusion, especially when there were economic downturns. In 1885, the Chinese community, a lot of Chinese brick masons had worked in Fairhaven and built those buildings in Fairhaven. And then they were kicked out in 1885. In September 1907, the Asiatic Exclusion League, this racist anti-immigrant group, came and had a rally here. And they provoked this riot, an anti-Punjabi riot. So a few hundred South Asian men worked down on the waterfront. They were driven out of their homes. They were driven out of town. And again, we could see—
Yeah, the right is really out here.
Economic downturns and driving people of color out. And what that meant over time was that Bellingham was a lot more diverse in 1904 when it was founded than 50 years later when it was almost 99% white.
Yes, that's part of Bellingham's history we definitely missed last time. But today, Bellingham looks like a far cry from those days of violence and exclusion, at least on the surface.
That's why on this trip, we were really interested to see how that history is reconciled within the city today. And of course, how would our overall experience be visiting as Black travelers? Drive grade. The drive to get to Bellingham from Seattle is a little over an hour and a half, but with traffic, it will be closer to 2 hours.
But it is just a straight drive north on Interstate 5. And here's how that drive went for us against our drive scale, starting with the views.
Bellingham offers some really beautiful scenery, and that's why on the drive, the awesome views don't really start until you're closer to the destination.
Yeah, the views aren't bad, but now that we've seen enough of the views Washington State can offer, we're only giving 1 point for views this time.
The drive gets all of the points for roadside amenities and route difficulty. See, being that there are abundance of great options to stop along the way, from gas to food, and in regard to route difficulty, like Mars mentioned before, it's just a straight shot of I-5.
As for roadside attractions, well, there aren't really any landmarks or tourist attractions along the way, but we will give 1 point because, hey, there are casinos.
Finally, for parking, we are going to take
There are casinos, yeah.
Why? Because almost all of it was paid for parking. Luckily, thanks to the central location of our accommodations, we didn't have anything to worry about in regards to parking most of the time.
After tallying up this drive from Seattle to Bellingham against our rating scale, we come to a 7 out of 10 for drive grade.
No, I was right here.
We were ready to have a totally different experience. We still chose to stay at the same place as last time, Hotel Leo.
Excuse us while we plug the digs that saved us from paying for parking all over the city. Ha! Continuing with the historic theme of this visit to Bellingham, Hotel Leo is located within the drive grade. The drive to get to Bellingham from Seattle is a little over an hour and a half, but with traffic, it will be closer to 2 hours.
But it is just a straight drive north on Interstate 5. And here's how that drive went for us against our drive scale, starting with the views.
Bellingham offers some really beautiful scenery, and that's why on the drive, the awesome views don't really start until you're closer to the destination.
Yeah, the views aren't bad, but now that we've seen enough of the views Washington State can offer, we're only giving 1 point for views this time.
The drive gets all of the points for roadside amenities and route difficulty. See, being that there are abundance of great options to stop along the way, from gas to food, and in regard to route difficulty, like Mars mentioned before, it's just a straight shot of I-5.
As for roadside attractions, well, there aren't really any landmarks or tourist attractions along the way, but we will give 1 point because, hey, there are casinos.
Finally, for parking, we are going to take a point. Why? Because almost all of it was paid for parking. Luckily, thanks to the central location of our accommodations, we didn't have anything to worry about in regards to parking most of the time.
After tallying up this drive from Seattle to Bellingham against our rating scale, we come to a 7 out of 10 for drive grade. Level of fun. Even though for this trip to Bellingham, we were ready to have a totally different experience, we still chose to stay at the same place as last time, Hotel Leo.
Excuse us while we plug the digs that saved us from paying for parking all over the city. Ha! Continuing with the historic theme of this visit to Bellingham, Hotel Leo is located within the original building that was the Leopold Hotel, and the hotel still contains that same character that was within the original hotel.
The new hotel still offers great amenities that made it the center of Bellingham's social life throughout the original Leopold Hotel's run. And not only a great bar and dining options, but also a fitness room, a library with a pool table, and even a theater.
The theater is in honor of Clark Gable, who actually stayed at the hotel during the 1930s filming of Call of the Wild. But what I love most about our stay was, obviously, the provided parking.
What I love most was the spacious room we got to stay in that came along with the amazing views. After getting settled into our room, we were ready to hit the city to see what fun there was to be had in Bellingham.
Being that the city is known for its access to the outdoors, one of the activities within the city, once again, included a hike. This time, we took a lighter stroll on the South Bay Trail through Boulevard Park.
Our hike, or better yet our stroll, was perfect for experiencing the Bellingham nature this time around. Our other experiences were more involved within the city. Because of this, we got a good perspective of the city.
Nice, I got a cerebral booster.
How did Bellingham do? In regard to quality of activities, Bellingham
and 150,000 skill points.
With its abundance of nature and outdoor options, there are also a bunch of ways to experience the local history. Even at the Hotel Leo, you can sign up for a pretty dope looking historic tour of the property.
While it has a laid-back and slower vibe, being that it is
that's very close to where I'm going to be on Saturday.
Looking historic tour of the property.
While it has
So, like, see, it's funny. This is where the boroughs meet. You see it right here. This is the triangle right here. This is where the three boroughs meet. It's crazy. And then we have that thing, yeah. And I believe this actually is the town hall. I think it's, I believe it's that building, I think.
The laid back and slower vibe, being that it is a college town, there are a lot of bars and tap rooms. This is why we're giving all points for the quality of activities. Given the amount of activities, there's no surprise there's something for families, college students, and even retirees. So we'll give 2 points for demographic applicability.
But the city takes a hit on affordability. See, according to the numbers, Bellingham is cheaper than Seattle, but it is 5% higher than the state average. But it gets worse. Based on a report, Bellingham has the 31st worst housing affordability score in the whole country, giving it the least affordable housing in Washington. So, 0 points in regards to affordability.
And quality of restaurants, we are taking a point because we struggled to find another great option outside of the one amazing one we had at Brandywine Kitchen, a local restaurant that provides fresh, locally sourced, and gluten-free options.
Brandywine Kitchen, I liked Brandywine Kitchen.
And on top of it all, it's black owned. If you go to Bellingham, we definitely recommend a meal at Brandywine Kitchen.
Bellingham does bounce back in a major way in regards to special events. Bellingham seems to always be having something going on. On our visit, we were lucky to experience one of those events in person, Bellingham Downtown Sounds.
Taking place every Wednesday between now and August 7th, Bellingham Downtown Sounds is a free concert that includes food trucks, face painting, and more. The more included wine, beer, and cider. All of this was enough for us to give Bellingham both points for special events.
So as we hung out at the Downtown Sounds event, we vibed on the music, sipped on our adult beverages, and counted up the points for our time in Bellingham. Once again, we can say that we really enjoyed our time within the northern coastal city, and our score definitely reflected as much, as we give a 7 out of 10 for level of fun. Comfortability for black people. Our last time in Bellingham, the city scored a perfect 5 out of 5 for comfortability for black people score. This time, not only were things more open than last time, so we got to interact more with the locals, but also we had a new scale for rating and breaking down our comfort level.
So how did Bellingham do? Amount of black people seen, we were giving 2 points because we actually saw a lot of other black people on this visit, and most were locals. But where we aren't giving any points is for black population numbers, because that is only 1%.
But when it comes to prevalence of black history, Bellingham looks like it drops the ball. But thanks to our visit with Professor Soretti, we got to visit some black historic sites within the city.
Bellingham was a really diverse community at the start of the 20th century. There was an African Cavalry Baptist church, black-owned restaurants, black barbers. The building that we're standing in front of right now is called the Oakland Block. And it was built in the 1890s, just at the beginning of the urban industrial era. This building has had a restaurant on the first floor for most of its existence. The restaurant back in the early 20th century was run by one of the first African-American families to live here in what was then New Whatcom, and eventually became the city of Bellingham in 1904. From about 1903 until 1910, the Oldwin family ran the mobile restaurant out of here. Mildred and William Oldwin ran the restaurant and employed a number of other people of color who moved through the town over those years. One of their employees...
You know, I believe I've given this guy a ride several times. I was like, I can't place this guy. But I think I've actually given this guy a ride a couple of times. A lot of people drink in Bellingham. It's a very big craft beer town, and all the there's a bunch of specialty craft bars and stuff that have a bunch of crazy beers that you would normally be able to get in other places, and so I pick up customers there a lot because they take cabs home, and I swear to God, I've met this guy before.
By the last name of Fort, ended up marrying their daughter, and their kid, Sylvia Fort, became a really famous dancer down in Seattle. Some people say that the Space Needle is based off of her dancing. At this spot here, which is just a vacant lot right now, in the 1930s on D Street was Winnie Adams' house. Winnie Adams was the only black landlady in all of Bellingham, and she ran the only house where a black person could find a place to stay the night in the 1930s. There were a lot of black men who worked on the railroad, and if they got stuck in town for the night, none of the other rooming houses, of which there were many, would allow them to stay there. They had to stay at Winnie Adams. But it also meant that her house became the kind of hub of Bellingham's black community in the 1930s.
Yeah, the city could definitely do more to bring attention to some of that black history, but again, thanks to the good professor's lesson, we'll give at least 1 point in this regard.
The city far from drops the ball in terms of artifacts of inclusion. All over the city you see proudly displayed Black Lives Matter signs and pride flags. They even erected a monument to acknowledge the 3 tragic events against its Asian populations. So we can't give 2 points here.
Finally, in regards to our personal feelings during our visit, we can give 2 points because we can say that we really felt comfortable pretty much everywhere we went, walking into establishments and especially conversing with the local Black residents.
And talking with those Black residents, we also got to get their input on the Black experience living within Bellingham. Based on that and our personal experience, we think our score accurately reflects. We give Bellingham a 7 out of 10 for comfortability for Black people. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and follow us on all of our social media platforms to see our previous adventures.
Until next time, beautiful people, stay up, stay true, and do you.
No. No. Oh, no. Oh, you're so annoying. I'm gonna die again. I'm just gonna stop trying. I don't think I want to play this anymore. It's like not fun today. It's annoying. Oops. This guy left, I guess. Fucking idiot. This was good.
Elon Musk's humiliation ritual has officially begun, and it may be even more pathetic than expected. Trump's protest problem in Los Angeles is now spreading as ICE raids, mass arrests, and National Guard deployments are reaching cities like New York, Seattle, and Chicago. Also, what's really going on with his deportations, including a secretive deportation app, undercover ICE raids at courthouses, and judges ordered to dismiss cases without hearings. The West is starting to fracture over Israel, but there is one huge exception. We're jumping into all that and much more on today's extra-large Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. Elon Musk just threw himself at Donald Trump's feet. With him tweeting like a sad ex at 3 o'clock this morning, I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far. And for those who may have forgotten, he signed on to the idea of Trump being impeached, and he also said, "You're in the Epstein files, bro. That's why they haven't been released yet." You know, while it is a rare walkback for a guy who's known for quadrupling down on even the worst takes, it's also not really that surprising. In general, the whole blow-up kind of showed where the base was regarding who they actually support between the two, though obviously a lot of their supporters want them to work together and be on the same page. But also because since their massive blow-up, the two have kind of been slowly thawing. For example, before this, Musk deleting some of his more inflammatory posts, including tweets linking Trump to the Epstein files, calling for his impeachment, and claiming his tariffs will cause a recession. And then over the weekend, you had Trump sort of, maybe kind of walking back his threats to investigate Musk's immigration status or cancel federal contracts with his companies, saying that he hadn't really given the threats any more thought. And while speaking to reporters on Monday, we saw Trump say this of Musk.
Look, I wish him well. You understand. We had a good relationship, and I just wish him well. Very well, actually.
Right, and then Musk responded to a post of that clip on X with a heart emoji. And then that same day, Trump sat down for an interview for the debut episode of the New York Post new podcast, Pod Force One. And in that episode, which actually aired this morning, you had Trump saying that he was open to reconciling with Musk, which, is a notable reversal from just 2 days before when Trump told NBC that he had no desire to repair his relationship with Musk and that he assumed that the relationship was over.
And now, what happened with Elon? Is there anything that you can do to forgive him? Could you see that happening?
Well, I have no hard feelings. I was really surprised that happened. He went after a bill that's phenomenal. It's the best thing we've ever signed in this country. No, I think the bill is great.
What?
And,
he just
I
didn't
think
get
he
that.
feels very badly that he said that. Actually, I was disappointed.
Yeah.
In him, but. It is what it is. That happens. Things like that happen. I don't blame him for anything. That I was a little disappointed.
Could you reconcile?
Say it?
Could you reconcile with him? Do you think? Could you forgive him?
I guess I could, but we have to straighten out the country.
Yeah.
And my sole function now is getting this country back to a level higher than it's ever been.
But hey, for now, we'll see what happens, if they'll ever get back together. The one thing I will say is it will be eye-opening if they do. Because Trump has generally shown that he doesn't care what the hell you said about him in the past as long as you declare loyalty now. I mean, the guy's VP literally once called him America's Hitler, and now he's like his biggest attack dog. So I guess to some degree the question becomes, where on the bar is getting called America's Hitler compared to the guy gave you several $100 million to become president, but he also kind of alleged that you're a pedo. Like, where does that show up, and where is his forgiveness level? And also, will all of or how much of MAGA will forgive him and or trust him? Because while you've seen MAGA influencers like Charlie Kirk really trying to navigate the situation, you're also seeing others like Candace Owens replying to Musk's tweet, asking, what specifically do you regret? Do you regret telling the lie that Trump is in the Epstein files, or do you regret telling the truth that he is in the Epstein files? With that then causing some interesting back and forth. One of her fans responding, normally appreciate your takes, Candace, but this ain't it. They both want to move on, you don't. To which he replied, I do not wish to move on from an insinuation that someone was involved with Epstein. We need full clarification, not a half-assed non-apology. Yeah, for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens with the MAGA base and the orbiters around it, with Donald Trump himself, and if Elon Musk continues what feels like the beginning of a humiliation ritual to get back in Trump's good graces. And, in the meantime, I'd love to hear your thoughts and reactions in those comments down below. But then from that, next up today, ICE is getting ready to send special response teams to at least 5 Democrat-run cities following the raids and protests in Los Angeles. With NBC News reporting that sources told them that the teams have been ordered to Seattle, Chicago, Philadelphia, Northern Virginia, and New York. Now, currently, we don't know when the raids in those areas will begin, but you also had NBC explaining that special response teams use Bearcat-tracked vehicles, long guns, and tactical vests in operations considered high risk, and were even used in the raid on Sean Diddy Combs' house. And we're seeing this as people in cities all over the country have been protesting in solidarity with Los Angeles against the ICE raids and the use of the National Guard in the city. There were also being arrests at several of the events, and late last night, we got the news that Texas Governor Greg Abbott is deploying the National Guard across the state to ensure peace and order at demonstrations. There's also a ton of focus on Chicago right now after 17 people were arrested yesterday, with 4 being charged with felonies. A car also drove through the crowd and reportedly injured a person. The local outlet said that it was unclear if the car intended to drive through the protest or was trying to get out of the area. Meanwhile, back in Los Angeles, we saw things like in downtown LA, they had a curfew there and dozens of people got arrested for violating it. With LA Mayor Karen Bass tweeting, I issued a curfew starting tonight at 8 p.m. for downtown Los Angeles to stop bad actors who are taking advantage of the president's chaotic escalation. And adding, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew and you will be prosecuted. With that curfew lasting from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. and it applied to everyone except emergency personnel, media, and residents or workers in the area. Though also, it really only encompassed a small section of the city, right? Just about a square mile, with this map that Bass shared showing just how tiny of an area it is compared to the city as a whole. But still, regarding the curfew, according to reports, that is set to last for several days. And this morning, the LAPD said that 203 people were arrested for failure to disperse and 17 for curfew violations. We will say, out of California, the thing that was really making headlines was Governor Gavin Newsom giving a speech addressing the protests and specifically slamming Trump and accusing him of escalating these events by deploying the National Guard to LA streets.
This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder. And the president, he did it on purpose. Again, thanks to our law enforcement officers and the majority of Angelenos who protested peacefully, the situation was winding down and was concentrated in just a few square blocks downtown. But that's not what Donald Trump wanted. He again chose escalation. He chose more force. He chose theatrics over public safety. He federalized another 2,000 Guard members. He deployed more than 700 active U.S. Marines.
You also had Newsom condemning the raids that have been conducted in Los Angeles, arguing that they go against the traditional immigration enforcement usually seen in California and traditionally agreed upon by both parties.
What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before. On Saturday morning, when federal agents jumped out of an unmarked van near a Home Depot parking lot, they began grabbing people, a deliberate targeting of a heavily Latino suburb. A similar scene played out when a clothing company was raided downtown. In other actions, a U.S. citizen, 9 months pregnant, was arrested. A 4-year-old girl taken, families separated, friends quite literally disappearing. We're seeing unmarked cars in school parking lots, kids afraid of attending their own graduation.
Well, Newsom also took time out of the speech to speak out against bad actors using this moment to spread violence, right? Trying to separate the bad actors from the peaceful protesters. He then spent the last half of it largely slamming Trump and his rhetoric and actions in general, as well as any political leaders who have assisted him.
Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. Congress is nowhere to be found. Speaker Johnson has completely abdicated that responsibility. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? What Donald Trump wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
And then, as far as reactions to that, you saw senior Trump advisor Stephen Miller writing, the entire Democrat Party is committed to the singular proposition of migrants flooding every city in the USA. America voted for mass deportations. Violent insurrectionists and the politicians who enable them are trying to overthrow the results of the election. You also had Trump writing that if our troops didn't go into Los Angeles, it would be burning to the ground right now, just like so much of their housing burned to the ground. And adding, the great people of Los Angeles are very lucky that I made the decision to go in and help. But with that, there are plenty of Angelenos who do not feel lucky about this administration's actions. And with that, you had Mayor Bass echoing a lot of Newsom's points in writing. The Trump administration told us they were going after violent criminals, gang members, and drug dealers. But they went after a Home Depot. They're going after families and children. That does not make Los Angeles more safe. Angelenos are trying to live their lives, going to work, caring for their families, while facing the constant threat of sudden immigration crackdowns. This fear paralyzes communities. Let's not pretend this is about public safety. It's political retribution, plain and simple. Also, as far as Newsom, tomorrow a judge will hear the case that California brought against the U.S. government for deploying federal troops, because you had Newsom filing an emergency order for a temporary restraining order to block the National Guard from being ordered to LA, though that was denied, with the Trump administration opposing the request and asking for more time to respond. And so the judge granted that time and set the hearing for tomorrow. So, we're gonna have to see what comes from that, but that isn't where the question surrounding the use of federal troops ends, because currently Marines are reportedly preparing for operations in Los Angeles, so they are not yet on the ground as of this afternoon, as they still have to undergo training on standard rules of force. And so with all that, you had California Senators Adam Schiff and Alex Padilla writing a letter to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth asking him to explain why hundreds of Marines were deployed in the first place, saying a decision to deploy active duty military personnel within the United States should only be undertaken during the most extreme circumstances, and these are not them. In this instance, this extraordinary action was also irresponsibly rushed and lacked clear communication to government officials or the U.S. public. And notably, they're not the only ones putting Pete Hegseth in the hot seat over the use of federal troops, because you had Senators grilling him today. And there, we saw Hegseth defending his actions while speaking to Rhode Island Senator Jack Reed.
The mission in Los Angeles, as you know well, sir, is not about lethality. It's about maintaining law and order on behalf of law enforcement agents who deserve to do their job without being attacked by mobs of people. And so we're very proud that the National Guard and the Marines are on the streets defending the ICE agents, and they will continue.
Law and order is a civil function under the Constitution of the United States. Civil enforcement, law enforcement authorities, not the U.S. military.
Though I will say the interaction that's been the most viral so far is the one with Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy, with Murphy arguing that there was a double standard in the way that Hegseth viewed the National Guard being used on January 6th to how they're being used today.
The National Guard was deployed here on January 6th, and that was a decision made by the Department of Defense. Do you support that decision? Do you believe that that was the right decision to deploy the National Guard to defend the Capitol on January 6th?
All I know is it's the right decision to be deploying the National Guard in Los Angeles to defend ICE agents.
And when Murphy kept pushing, Hegseth said this.
Senator, I was in the Washington, D.C. National Guard when that happened and was initially ordered to go guard the inauguration of Joe Biden. But because of the politicization of the Biden administration, my orders were revoked.
With Murphy then still continuing.
But do you support the decision made on January 6th to send the National Guard here to defend
I support the
Capitol?
decision that President Trump made and requesting the National Guard was denied.
So you do not.
President Trump
you
did
do
not
not support the
requested
decision.
support
You do not
for the
support
National
the
Guard
decision
in
to send the
advance
National
and was
Guard here
denied.
to defend the Capitol. I think that speaks to the worry that many Americans have that there is a double standard, that you are not willing to defend against attacks made on our democracy by supporters of the president, but you are willing to deploy the National Guard to protect against protesters who are criticizing the president.
You know, for now, that is where we are. We're gonna have to keep our eyes on the whole situation, you know, LA, the protests, especially as we get closer and closer to the 14th. Because with the military/Trump birthday parade going on and the scheduled protests, who knows what's going to happen. And then you got even more news coming up in just a minute. But first, you know that moment when you check your bank account and you suddenly become a detective? Like, who's been spending my money? But the plot twist is it's you. And apparently it's a charge for that meditation app from 2021 that you forgot about. But then enter today's sponsor, Rocket Money, aka the financial grown-up app that you didn't know you needed. Because Rocket Money, it's a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills so you can grow your savings. And it shows all of your subscriptions in one place. It tracks where your money is going, and it even sends you alerts when your bills go up. Companies are sneaky out there, so you won't get blindsided by that $3 price hike for a streaming service that you forgot you had. And hell, they'll actually negotiate your bills for you. So no more sitting on hold or yelling representative into your phone 17 times. And you know, for me, I set some budget goals in the app and I started saving automatically with their goals feature. And understand, like, you're not gonna be a guinea pig for this app. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and they saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. So if you're trying to save more, press less, and stop wasting money, this is the move. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Just go to rocketmoney.com/PDS today. That's rocketmoney.com/PDS. One more time, rocketmoney.com/PDS. But then from that, next up today, you know, regarding deportation, despite months of trying really, really hard, the Trump administration still can't deport as many people as they want. Because it's not like the government has a magical list of all the illegal immigrants that they can just immediately arrest and deport. Right? I mean, they're literally called undocumented for a reason. You have agents having to identify them, track them down, surveil them, arrest them, who ICE says they are, and that all takes a lot of time and it's not very efficient. So reportedly, the White House, or at least Stephen Miller, has been putting intense pressure on its agencies to get those deportation numbers up. Which is why, instead of going into homes, which net only a few migrants at a time, if the address is even correct, agents are hitting workplaces like restaurants, factories, and construction sites. Hence, the raid on the Los Angeles garment district that kicked off nationwide protests and a political showdown between California and Washington that we're witnessing right now. But also, ICE agents, often in plain clothes, have been seen prowling the halls of immigration courthouses and ambushing people there for scheduled hearings, as well as them arresting people who show up at the offices of Citizenship and Immigration Services. I mean, they're often there to apply for things like visas, green cards, and citizenship. And to keep up with the demands from higher up, the agency is reportedly staggering shifts so that agents are available 7 days a week. With one Homeland Security official even telling the New York Times that some undercover special agents responsible for online sex trafficking investigations, they've begun setting up in-person meetings with suspected sex workers to potentially arrest them on immigration charges. And then, thanks to DOJ, ICE reportedly has a new app informally called Alien Tracker that locates people with actionable deportation orders on a map. With that, reportedly centralizing data on more than 700,000 people from agencies across the federal government. With those currently including the FBI, the ATF, and Social Security, but eventually will include HHS, HUD, the IRS, and the Labor Department. But then also, you have the White House not just going after illegal immigrants, but they're rushing to strip legal ones of their status and deport them as well. And with that, you actually had NBC obtaining a memo dated May 30th that exposes how the administration's co-opting judges in that effort. Because unlike most other judges, immigration judges work under the executive branch, not the judiciary. And so the White House could distribute this memo instructing them to effectively shovel migrants out the door as quickly as possible. And doing this first by allowing Homeland Security lawyers to file motions to dismiss immigrants' cases orally instead of having to file a written motion detailing the rationale. And second, by telling the judges to grant those motions that same day without any additional documentation or briefings, rather than giving immigrants the the standard 10-day chance to respond. Because then, once the case is dismissed, the immigrant can immediately be deported through expedited removal, all before they even get a chance to plead their case in front of a judge. As far as reactions to this, on the right, you have people saying all of this is necessary to get rid of the millions of people who supposedly exploited the asylum system during Biden's presidency. But then on the other side, there are some very, very different reactions to the memo. With one source close to the Immigration Judges Union telling NBC that the move is legal but still upsetting, saying they think it makes a mockery of the whole process and that it flies in the face of what Trump ran on, saying immigration enforcement means it's done in a fair manner and this isn't fair. But then also, you have others arguing that the move is just illegal, but then pointing out that the memo misquotes the section of the Immigration and Nationality Act that it cites to justify itself. So while, according to the memo, the law states that judges may grant motions to dismiss when circumstances have changed to such an extent that continuation is no longer in the best interest of the government, the law actually states that judges can dismiss when circumstances of the case have changed to such an extent that continuation is no longer in the best interest of the government. Right? And that three-word difference is important, of the case. Because as you had one expert explaining, they require DHS to justify the dismissal in terms of the particular circumstances related to each individual case. And so without those words, arguably the government would be able to dismiss cases based on more general circumstances regardless of the concrete details of the case. But then also, separate from whether this is fair or even legal, you have critics arguing that the memo, it won't even work because the government lacks the capacity to detain everyone that it wants to arrest. Because according to ICE's own data, more than 51,000 immigrants were in its custody as of May 23rd, but it's only funded to hold 41,500.
50,000 people?
Biden telling NBC the policy, quote, targets vetted migrants who were working and had legal status. And adding, flooding the system with thousands of non-criminals wastes time and resources when federal law enforcement should be focused on national security threats. And you also have ICE's director during Obama's presidency saying, you're going to have people who are being pushed to the limit, who in a rush may not get things right, including information on a person's status. All of that takes time and effort, and this push on numbers, exclusive of whether or not the job is being done right, is very concerning. Which arguably is what we saw with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, for example. But he's the guy that the Trump administration mistakenly deported to an infamous mega prison in El Salvador despite a court order not to deport him, and then they left him there despite another court order to facilitate his return. Though there, I will say we've seen changes. Actually, as of last Friday, he's been returned to the United States, though that is not to say that he is free. Because the White House, they actually brought him back to face charges of human trafficking.
The grand jury found that over the past 9 years, Abrego Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring. He was a smuggler of humans and children and women. MS-13 members, violent gang, terrorist organization members throughout our country.
You also have the DOJ accusing him of trafficking guns and drugs, of using women, soliciting nudes from a minor, and taking part in the murder of a rival gang member's mother. Though also, to be clear, at this time, they haven't actually charged him with any of that stuff. Right now, it's just the alleged human trafficking. And according to sources who spoke to ABC, the investigation that led to those charges actually began back in April, after he was deported to El Salvador. So you have many saying that arguably doesn't change the alleged injustice of the deportation, and his attorneys actually made that point in a court filing, with them writing that the White House arranged for Abrego Garcia's return, not to Maryland, in compliance with the Supreme Court's directive to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he not been improperly sent to El Salvador, but rather to Tennessee so that he could be charged with a crime in a case that the government only developed while it was under threat of sanctions. And then adding, the government's convenient ability to return Abrego Garcia in time for a press conference and bailing his indictment puts the lie to its previously feigned powerlessness to comply with the court's injunction. But then his family's attorney, Chris Newman, further telling CBS News,
I view this as a core constitutional order case, a core due process case, and it just so happens that a Salvadoran immigrant is defending bedrock constitutional protections for all of us.
Then jumping back to the situation as a whole, the Trump administration just appears to be ramping things up, not down. Because we had Stephen Miller telling Fox News late last month that ICE would set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests a day, which would really be completely unprecedented numbers. I mean, they're 10 times the daily arrests that were made during the Biden administration. And as far as where they are now, you had Homeland Security saying that ICE hit 2,000 arrests a day last week, though according to the New York Times, that number slumped to 1,400 on Thursday, 1,200 on Friday, and 700 on Saturday. Though also, since taking office, Trump is taking credit for just 100,000 arrests. And of the 1.4 million people who reportedly faced deportation orders by the end of last year, the Trump administration has deported over 200,000. But for now, we'll have to wait to see how this continues to develop, and not only in do they hit their numbers, but also how they do. Then jumping from that to other news, did President Trump just make a bad trade deal? That is what we're seeing people asking after reports started coming out that Chinese officials were confirming to the media that the trade deal with the U.S. had been worked out after both sides spent the last 2 days in London. And that appeared to be confirmed this morning when Trump posted.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's good thing. No problem. All right, love. Bye. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, bye. Oh, damn it.
In all caps, so you know it's serious. Our deal with China is done, subject to final approval with President Xi and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied up front by China. Likewise, we will provide to China what was agreed to, including Chinese students using our colleges and universities, which has always been good with me. You're getting a total of 55% tariffs. China is getting 10%. Relationship is excellent. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now with that, Trump's post, it really doesn't give us the meat and potatoes of what was actually negotiated. And right now, we just don't know. But what is being reported is that in return for China easing restrictions on the export of rare earth minerals and magnets to America, the U.S. would ease its own restrictions on technology sold to China. It kind of makes sense that both those products would be where the two sides started, since they both have what amounts to monopolies on them. That being said, though, there was some confusion regarding the we are getting a total of 55% tariffs line. Because back in May, the two sides made a temporary deal where Chinese goods would face a 30% tariff, so did Trump just negotiate a worse deal? It appearing like not quite. The 55% reportedly will include not only the 30% rate, but a 25% that was imposed on some Chinese goods during Trump's first term. Whereas people talking about the 30% actually never mentioned all the other stacking tariffs that were happening at the same time, which put the actual tariff rate closer to 40 to 70% depending on the item. So in the end, it means that prices on goods from China, they could be lower or more expensive. It just depends on what it is. At least compared to what it was last month, because either way, it looks like it'll be more expensive than before the trade war. Though also outside of tariff rates, you have some feeling like this is a costly agreement for the U.S. because we finally budged on giving access to key technologies. For example, former U.S. trade negotiator Wendy Cutler telling the New York Times, these matters have been deliberately kept off the negotiating table for years, given U.S. insistence that national security-related measures are not appropriate for a give and take. And adding, by apparently now reversing this long-held position, the U.S. has opened the door for China that will be difficult to close. So for many, the biggest thing that this deal seems to do is end the tit-for-tat tariffs that both sides have been engaging in and open the door to further negotiation. Because this is actually just part of the negotiation process that was started last month in Geneva. The U.S. and China signing an agreement at that time that promised to work on a deal, except also the language of the deal was vague enough that both sides kind of got to claim that it was a win. So you have many experts saying that this week's deal, it's actually more like a trade truce, and it gives both sides time to go back to the table at Geneva and put together a real comprehensive trade deal. Though some sort of deal being made would be a huge deal for the global economy, because the fact is that the trade situation constantly changing is a massive problem for manufacturers. They often have no idea what the final cost of their product's going to be for consumers, which has led to some to consider completely abandoning the U.S. market. And in general, the unease about the direction of the global economy, it's caused tensions within the markets. I mean, just look at the S&P 500, which has crashed and then rebounded over the last 6 months to where it was about a year ago, which ends up just being a year of no real growth. And outlooks like that have meant that groups like the World Bank have cut the global economic growth forecast by 0.4% to 2.3%, which is actually a pretty drastic cut. But either way, it appears that there's still a lot of work to be done if a trade deal is actually going to be reached. And that's also assuming that this one's even final. Because again, the caveat is that it's still pending final approval from both Xi and Trump. And then you've got even more news in just a minute. But first, have you ever wished that your earbuds, they could just keep up with you, like no matter where your life takes you? Because from early mornings to late night podcast binges, I need earbuds that can keep up with me. And today's sponsor, Raycon, they get it with their everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life? Check. A quick charge. I mean, just 10 minutes gives me 90 minutes of power. It feels like a miracle, but it's just Raycon being awesome. I'm tired of juggling devices? Raycon's multi-point connectivity, it lets me connect to 2 devices at once. That's the common sense tech upgrades I want. Also, active noise cancellation? Check. And all of that for a price that doesn't hurt your wallet. Block out the world and dive into your music, podcasts, or even, the awkward Zoom calls. Plus, the ergonomic fit, it's perfect. No more earaches or constantly adjusting. They stay in place even when I'm doing highly intense activities like walking to the fridge. Also, we gotta talk colors: carbon black, royal blue, lavender, and forest green. But personally, I just rock the black. It's stylish and sleek. And whether I'm editing videos or working out, Raycons fit seamlessly into my life. So do yourself a favor. Go to buyraycon.com/DeFranco for 15% off site-wide. You'll be supporting the channel and your ears. Win-win. Or even easier, scan the QR code on screen. And don't worry, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guaranteed. But then, next up from that today in international news, we gotta talk about Israel. Starting with the news that several U.S. allies are now sanctioning two of the highest-ranking officials in the Israeli government against the wishes of the White House. Where you've got the UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and Norway targeting Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. Right, and those two, they're controversial figures, to say the least. Like, so just some fun facts about the two. Ben-Gvir, he's a guy who, for years, reportedly had his living room decorated with a portrait of a mass murderer who gunned down 29 Palestinians at a mosque in 1994. Smotrich, he has literally described himself as a fascist homophobe, and he's backed the idea of segregated maternity wards separating Jewish and Arab mothers. And they're also guys who, in 2022, helped Bibi Netanyahu form what has been described as the most extreme, most right-wing government in Israeli history. And since then, they've cheered on the destruction in Gaza, and they've pushed for what they call the voluntary immigration of its people so that Jewish settlers can move in. But notably here, these sanctions, they're just based on accusations of inciting violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. The joint statement from the 5 countries saying that, quote, extremist rhetoric advocating the forced displacement of Palestinians and the creation of new Israeli settlements is appalling and dangerous. And with that, you have one Israeli human rights lawyer describing the move as historic and adding, it means the wall of immunity that Israeli politicians had has been broken. Though on the flip side, the Israeli government has, of course, condemned the news. So I will say they're not alone. I mean, you even have a rival to Netanyahu who has been described as a centrist, claiming that while he vehemently disagreed with the far-right ministers, he said that the move, it was a profound moral mistake and sends a dangerous message to terrorists around the world. And then on top of that, you had the U.S. also condemning the sanctions, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying, we reject any notion of equivalence. Hamas is a terrorist organization that committed unspeakable atrocities, continues to hold innocent civilians hostage, and prevents the people of Gaza from living in peace. We remind our partners not to forget who the real enemy is. But notably, with that, you also have the sanctioning countries careful to say that the measures announced this week do not deviate from our unwavering support for Israel's security, and we continue to condemn the horrific terror attacks of October 7th by Hamas. And with that, you then have the Canadian Foreign Minister, for example, adding, these measures are directed at individuals who directly contribute to extremist settler bombings. The measures are not directed against the state of Israel itself. And so with that, you actually have some people saying that's the problem, arguing that it doesn't do anything to change the situation. For example, one former Israeli peace negotiator telling the New York Times, it is performative. It doesn't harm them, and it doesn't cause the Israeli public in general to question the wisdom of the path Israel is on, because it doesn't affect the broader public at all. But still, you have many saying that it's worth noting that this is part of a bigger shift that we've started to see from many of Israel's Western allies. Because this isn't happening in a bubble, and you have things like last month, for example, Britain, France, and Canada coming out with a statement saying that Israel was at a risk of breaking international law. You also have the UK and EU starting to rethink their trade relationship with Israel. So, we're going to have to wait to see if that trend continues, if it escalates, what happens there. But all of this is, on the US side, it's actually heading in the opposite direction. Because, just this week, for example, you have things like US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, saying that the US is no longer actually pursuing the goal of an independent Palestinian state. And then he further suggested that any future Palestinian entity could be carved out of a Muslim country rather than requiring Israel to cede territory that it controls. And, while that may not sound particularly surprising coming from the US or Huckabee specifically, the fact is a two-state solution has long been a pillar of the country's Middle East policy, or at least outwardly, although critics have argued that's been more of a pretense at times. So now, Huckabee's just coming out and saying it straight up, and this is the situation in Gaza just gets worse and worse. So we're seeing more and more getting added to the list, with now UN experts saying that Israel committed the crime against humanity of extermination by killing civilians, sheltering in schools and religious sites in Gaza. They're calling it a part of a concerted campaign to obliterate Palestinian life. And yesterday, Palestinians trying to access aid in Gaza, they reportedly came under fire again, with Israeli troops killing 36 people and wounding 207, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, which brings the total to 163 dead and nearly 1,500 hurt in multiple shootings near aid sites run by the U.S. and Israeli-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. And then actually on the subject of aid, we're seeing news that a convoy of buses and cars is planning to travel across Tunisia, Libya, and Egypt to get to Gaza and make a symbolic humanitarian delivery. Or basically the same idea as the Freedom Flotilla, which launched the boat with Greta Thunberg doing the same thing before being intercepted in international waters. And actually, now with that, you have a French doctor who is also on board, claiming that Israeli authorities were abusive to the detainees, telling reporters while there were no specific acts of physical violence there, he witnessed Israeli border agents mock and deliberately deprive passengers of sleep, especially Thunberg. But then finally, regarding Israel news, I want to talk about something that's threatening to bring down Netanyahu, because we're now seeing opposition parties in Israel announcing they'll be bringing a motion to dissolve parliament and thereby force new elections. So notably, it doesn't appear to be about Gaza or even the plight of Palestinians. Right? Basically, the opposition is looking to capitalize on a divide within Netanyahu's governing coalition over a decades-old policy that exempts ultra-Orthodox men studying religion from compulsory military military service. You know, that and some other preferential treatment given to the ultra-Orthodox students, they're unpopular with those who don't get benefits from it. But of course, Netanyahu's ultra-Orthodox coalition partners have opposed getting rid of the policy. You know, we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there. Even if it goes a certain way, I'll say that it could take months. So with that, Netanyahu still likely has some time to either keep his coalition together or otherwise prepare for another election. And, you know, even if this ultimately is a thing that takes him down, who's to say what the next government's gonna be like? But that, my friend, is the end of today's show. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being subscribed. And remember, I'll see you tomorrow because I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Love you, mean it, bye.
$25 gold. Nice.
You stand on the stage every night in front of all these seats, and I'm wondering, what do you...
Thank you, CNN. I've liked the sub to your channel.
What do people here tell you about this play? Like, what is the feeling they have that brings them here?
The things that that I get to say, which were Edward R. Murrow's words. You know, Edward R. Murrow represented us at our best. He spoke in a way that we all wish we could in the right moments. You know, I'm always in the car driving home going, you know what I should have said? And he kind of said it exactly the right way at the right time. And you can feel everybody move forward in their chairs. You can, by the end, this whole front row is just weeping. They're just bawling. I think they feel that they wanted a place and to be in a room together where they could hear and talk about who we are at our best.
You've had people,
Sure,
we've had breakout protests in the audience.
Sure, a couple, and for both sides. We've had them yell, resist, and stand up and scream, and we've had them stand up and yell on the other side. That's okay. You know,
do you change anything? I mean, do you respond to them?
I have responded at times, but only in character. Only
you respond as Edward R. Murrow.
Sure, you'll just say, well, you know, as a reporter, I've covered protests. I believe our nation was founded on protests and in the great traditions of the First Amendment and the Constitution. I hope you feel satisfied with your protest, and now you'll sit down and let everybody else. Does that work? It does, I think, kind of. I think people wanted to get their. I think they want to make their point, and I think that at times, particularly when it's against what we're trying to say, it's hard to really argue against speaking truth to power because it cuts both ways, you know. You know,
the left and right. That's what I mean. Both want to speak truth to power,
and both of the powers don't really want to be challenged all that often. You know, I mean, I've been friends with many presidents who don't love getting, you know, called constantly on the carpet, and so it cuts both ways. Speaking truth to power.
It does. To the times we're in, though. I mean, is what happened to Murrow though a cautionary tale?
You know, he gambled his reputation on telling the truth, and he won in terms of telling the truth and had great success in it, but it did cost him.
What do you think Murrow would think about what's happening at CBS News today?
Well, I think It's an interesting question. You know, Bill Owen was here a couple of days before.
Former executive producer of CBS who resigned.
Who resigned. He was here a couple of days before he resigned. I said to him, remember, a lot of the men, the characters in this play are the people who started 60 Minutes. And they lost their job doing this, or they was greatly reduced. But it stands the test of time. And remember that losing your job is not the worst thing that can happen. The worst thing that can happen is that you let a moment in time and in history go without challenging it, a moment that needed to be challenged. I have friends who were on Nixon's enemies list. And I say to them, because, Donald Trump tweets about everybody all the time, it's tweeted about me, stuff. And I said, how did that make you feel? And they always say that they're so proud. They would be so ashamed if they weren't on that list. I want to be able to look at our kids and say, there was a moment in time when this was happening, and this is where I stood. Whether it worked or not, whether it was effective or not, at the very least, there was. It wasn't out of cowardice. I didn't shirk my responsibilities as a citizen of the United States.
Early on in my career, I spent a lot of time going to societies that were falling apart. I was very interested in what happens when societies fall apart and collapse. What has surprised you the most in the last, or since this administration took power in this term, about sort of the dominoes that have fallen?
Well,
we've seen billionaires going to the inauguration.
Yeah.
A Netflix deal for Melania Trump for $40 million for a documentary is
a lot of money for a documentary. I'm anxious to see the documentary, though. I mean, the damage that's happening to places like USAID is, it's remarkable in its damage. It's going to be very hard to fix. I am surprised at how effective it's been against the universities, against the law firms, in the willingness to burn it all down.
These are levers of power that have never been pulled before. Going after law firms is a new concept. Going after universities like this, you look at the pillars of democracy, the checks and balances. How do you think the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and the fourth estate journalists are holding up under this?
Well, sometimes good and sometimes not, right? The legislative branch right now is not doing a very good job, obviously. Judicial branch has done some pretty remarkable things.
Elon Musk today said it's a disgusting abomination of a spending bill. Are you surprised that?
Well, you're about to see some
turned?
This is going to be anyone who saw that from the beginning and didn't think it was going to get much, much worse later is,
Kara Swisher put a clock on it. I forgot how many days she said it would be, but it's.
You would be, if you didn't think that was going to happen, then you've been taking some of the pills out of Elon Musk's pill box, because this was always going to have some problems, and I don't think Donald Trump likes sharing the spotlight, and I don't think Elon Musk like not having the power. So I don't know. We'll see where it goes.
Do you think Trumpism lasts beyond this term?
Don't think so. I think it'd be very hard to do it. Remember this: Donald Trump is a celebrity. That's what he is. I mean, he's got he has a star on Hollywood Boulevard. I don't have a star on Hollywood Boulevard. I'm not lobbying for one. I'm just saying.
It seems like an oversight, by the way.
What's going on? He's a celebrity, and he's the president of the United States, and so he has been elected, duly elected. Fair deal. I'm not complaining about that. That's how it works. That's how this democracy works.
It is, yep.
But he's also a celebrity, and he is charming, and to the people who like him, they think he's funny. To a great many others, they don't. There's nobody else like that.
He has a unique set of skills.
He is his own entity. And so when he is finished, and he will be finished, they're going to have to go looking for someone who can deliver the message that he delivered with the same kind of charisma, and they don't have that.
If you look at polling, though, on Democrats, I mean, they're not doing well.
No, but that's now, and they shouldn't do well.
Do you think the Democratic Party is lost right now?
No, this is what happens when you get beaten, right? You lose, and everybody points fingers, and they point fingers at each other and themselves and the press and everybody else, and fair enough, that's what happens. And all you need is one. I mean, remember how in the weeds the Democratic Party was during the George Bush Jr. years. And then Barack Obama comes up, and all of a sudden everybody's joined together, and it's it heals very quickly. Right now, there's some navel gazing. Fair enough, there should be. There were some dumb mistakes made.
This is a replica of
Exactly.
CBS News, which was, by the way, I just learned
Grand Central.
from Scott Pelley. This was in Grand Central Station.
Yeah, so we put the big window up in there. Yeah, it was massive ceilings in there, and then they would do some recordings of music. That's why we put that band in there. My Aunt Rosemary used to sing over at CBS a lot. And then all these things have these slits down in the ground here, and the desks sort of slide in and out, and the lights come up and down, and so the sets move around a lot.
How much of this is a tribute to your dad?
A lot of it. I mean, when we wrote the movie in 2004 and 5, it's funny, originally we did this as a live television show. It was going to be a live TV show. And then there was the incident with Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson and the nudity situation, and we got a call. We were in pre-production.
You got bumped by.
We got bumped by the exposed breast, and so we turned around and took out the commercials and wrote it as a movie. But my dad, when I was a kid, my dad would stand up on a chair like this, and he would do the speech that I start and close the show with, the box of lights and wire speech.
He would do the Edward R. Murrow speech.
He would do the Edward R. Murrow speech. So this is a big. And my father was an anchorman for like 40 years, and it's a big salute to my dad and the things that he stands for and believes in and fights for.
What do you hope people leaving this theater take away from?
Well, I think it's always good to walk away reminding yourselves that we've been in tight spots before, and we got through it. This, if you were a newsman in 1954, you would have felt some heat. You personally would have felt some heat. And there would have been charges of you being a communist.
If I was in a newsroom and I would be outed as a homosexual.
That's exactly right. But it would have been just the same as a communist. These elements of fear, what they're doing is not nearly as damaging as what we're doing to ourselves. It's when you act on fear, when you start going, well, I'm going to keep quiet, or I'm going to stay in the background, or I'm going to let this thing slide. The first time you let something slide because of fear, you've lost. And so we have to remember that. We have to remember who we are. We are not descended from fearful men, as Murrow says. We are not. We are.
Yeah, we're not descended from fearful men.
We've taken on some of the biggest challenges in the world. We took on the Nazis when we were the paper tiger, and no one thought we could do anything. We've seen the face of evil, and we've defeated it. We're not fearful, so we need to remind ourselves of that sometimes.
There's a line in the play that when Murrow says, "The terror is in this room."
Mm-hmm. That's a line Murrow said. He actually said it, and the reason was because they were about to self-censor, and he said, "Then we have to go with the story," not because he thought he wanted to go with the story yet. He wanted to wait. He thought he wanted to get more evidence. But then he realized that it was now they were coming after them. And if he didn't go after them, they would come after him. It's always better to be on your front foot than your back foot. I always tell kids, we gave tickets away to 2,000 kids to come here and watch it, which is pretty funny because they have no idea who any of these people are. All of our references are pretty old, and they're like, but they got it at the end. And the part of it that I keep going back to is challenge people with more power than you. Defend people with less power than you.
Yep.
If you do only that, you succeed. And it doesn't mean you're going to get everything right. It doesn't mean you're going to succeed all the time. But you will have been a success in life if you do that. Democrats got caught in this, as you've seen a lot of the coverage of like just trying to put blinders on about things that were going on in the election. And it's it ends up hurting you if you're not able to challenge things.
Do you have any regrets about the role you played in what happened during the election? Speaking out?
It's funny. I wasn't the source for. Jake has this book out. I wasn't the source about that story at the fundraiser where I was at. But I'm not going to deny it was true. I'm just saying I wasn't the source.
The story was that the president didn't recognize you.
Right. So he got that from someone else and then sort of asked me. So it's true. In fairness, I was told he had just come from Italy or from Europe, and he was tired, and fair enough. And we'd just seen him at the State of the Union. Everybody thought he was on cocaine, so he seemed like he was okay or doing all right. That was a surprise. The debate was more of a surprise, obviously. But that's not why I wrote it. I wrote it when it became, after that, when suddenly the people around were saying, don't believe what you saw. Like we were just talking about with facts. And I was getting calls from senators and congressmen and governors, all who said what I wrote. They just didn't say it out loud. And I thought that was a mistake. I thought it was late, but I thought we had a chance. I didn't think we had a chance otherwise. Obviously, we know the numbers would have been pretty bad. But I also don't there is this thing now of looking backwards in a way. I think the people around President Biden advised him poorly. I really do.
I do too. Yeah.
On their part. Having said that, he's a guy who gave 55 years of service to his
George
country.
Clooney has the most distinctive voice in the world, I think.
Who did an admirable job in everything he did. And I don't like that the one error in judgment at the end is somehow going to define him and make us be incredibly unkind to someone who had served his country so well, for so long.
Given all the performance you give, is there, just to end on, are there some lines of Moreau that stand out to you as having an impact on an audience? I'm not asking you to do Moreau, right?
No.
Moreau. But are there some lines in your head that resonate strongly, you think?
I love when he says, we will not walk in fear one of another. We will not be driven by fear into an age of unreason if we dig deep in our history and our doctrine. Remember, we're not descended from fearful men. I love when he says, we must remember that accusation is not proof and that conviction depends upon evidence and due process of law. Because right now, as we're sitting here, we are contemplating not using due process of law. We are, in fact, not using due process of law and challenging it in the courts. And we're talking about, they always say they're joking about, but they tend to joke about things out loud, getting rid of the writ of habeas corpus. The things that are the foundation, the underpinning of our government. So I'm always proud when I get to say those lines, because those lines they age very well, those lines. They still hold up, So, here's what we do. This is a total bluff. We put this here, but these are all made of wood.
Oh, wow.
That one's fake, but there's no lenses on it, but we have a real one hidden over here.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's interesting. But it is so, there's so much video.
Yeah,
it's so interesting, the staging of it, because at times depending where you're sitting, you can't necessarily see your face, but you see it on the
See that giant, those monitors that come down there. And then we have that camera's an actual real working camera. You see it's hooked up. But it's working not as a actual fashion camera. These cameras, when you see them like this, these had 4 lenses on them, and they would have a handle right here, and you would turn it, and the thing would turn depending on how close you were. So we didn't do that, but inside here we just have a video camera like you're using that we use. And then we shoot all of that stuff live. So it's pretty fun along the way.
That was a lot of incoming damage, damn. At least they didn't kill me. I don't know if but I can probably just kill them. I can probably kill them once I'm full health. At least they didn't kill me. It'll be some clade, which is good. If I can kill them, I don't know.
Docking permission requested.
I'm gonna piss real quick. I'll be right back. Well, I can at least probably maybe train a wolf if I kill them last. Okay, here's here, and what do you want? That's the pig, they ate the pig. What the hell? Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna bandage. Well, I got something to ride. That's good. That's what I came for. And it didn't cost anything. Not like any money at all. Actually, I pulled in money. I pulled like 50G, like just doing it. 37. Thank you, Agenda Free TV. I'd like to sub your shit to your channel.
Hang on one sec.
Warp drive active.
Okay. So, Jennifer Jacobs with CBS News is reporting that U.S. officials have told Israel, U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation.
37,000 people in this channel.
This is part of the reason that the U.S. advised some Americans to leave the region. The U.S. anticipates Iran could retaliate on certain U.S. sites in Iraq. Trump envoy Steve Witkoff is still planning to meet with Iran for the 6th rounds of talks this Sunday. Okay? So that's an important report. That just came out about a half hour ago. And I'm going to talk about more about this. CBS News is saying multiple sources are telling CBS News that U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation into Iran. President Trump spoke about Iran tonight briefly when he went to the Kennedy Center, by the way. He said to reporters that Americans were advised to leave the region because it could be a dangerous place and we'll see what happens. He also reiterated the U.S. position, in his position, that Iran would not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. He has said that many times. Israel, that's Israel's position. And hold on a moment, I have some other reporting on this. The Washington Post has a story today, which is, where is it here? U.S. shrinks presence in Middle East amid fears of Israeli strike on Iran. U.S. embassies and military bases across the region are on high alert, says the Washington Post. So let me say a little more about what they're saying. The Washington Post says the U.S. is on high alert in anticipation of a potential Israeli strike on Iran, with the State Department authorizing the evacuation of some personnel in Iraq and the Pentagon green-lighting the departure of military family members across the Middle East. The heightened security environment comes as President Trump expresses dimming hope of achieving a deal with Iran that would restrict its nuclear program and forestall a potentially cataclysmal military confrontation in the Middle East. Trump told the New York Post, "I'm less confident now than I would have been a couple months ago. Something happened to them. But I am much less confident of a deal being made." In recent months, says the Washington Post, U.S. intelligence officials have grown increasingly concerned that Israel may choose to strike Iran's nuclear facilities without the consent of the United States. Such a move would almost certainly scuttle the Trump administration's delicate nuclear negotiations and prompt an Iranian retaliation on U.S. assets in the region. Iran has long said that the U.S., as Israel's biggest military and political supporter, would suffer consequences in the event of an Israeli strike on Iran. The Post notes that the State Department, the U.S. State Department, recently ordered all embassies within striking distance of Iranian assets, including missions in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and Northern Africa, to convene emergency action committees and send cables back to Washington about measures to mitigate risks. That procedure led to Secretary of State Marco Rubio's decision today to authorize the departure of non-essential personnel in Iraq. Now, what's happening here? What's happening here? Things getting spicy? Hold on. Who's yelling?
Something
What
gone?
stream is he yelling on?
Something gone?
It's on this stream. It's getting spicy here. It's getting spicy here. It's getting very spicy. Okay. You know, when we came on the air, it was all quiet and peaceful, and people were singing and dancing, and it was calm. And now it's this.
Warp drive active.
They're saying move away. What's happening? What? So they're moving some. Huh. There's more protesters there now than there were before. Thank you. Did the police move the camera? I don't know what happened. Let me put the other one up. Put it
I like this guy. Agenda-free TV. Or agenda-free news. Who knew?
Oh my gosh. I'm going to put up on the screen this order about Iraq today. I don't know if you guys saw this. We were just talking about it, but I'll show it on the screen here.
Why can't they move?
See, it's a
Please.
travel State Department. Do not travel. It says, today, the Department of State of the U.S. ordered the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel due to heightened regional tensions. As a reminder, the travel advisory for Iraq is level 4, do not travel. But today, the Department of State ordered the departure of non-emergency U.S. government personnel due to heightened regional tensions. Oh, I have an update from the LAPD. New update from LAPD. Look at this. I think it's about the march we're watching. Traffic advisory. Demonstration is marching northbound Broadway towards 3rd Street. People in the crowd are throwing commercial-grade fireworks and rocks at officers. Oh, it's getting spicy. It's getting spicy on the other stream. Look, people are next to officers there. But again, LAPD says people in the marching crowd are throwing commercial-grade fireworks and rocks at officers. That's not good. Now, what's going on over there? We got a lot. We got two different cameras. Oh, did the crowds meet up? Now did one crowd? Did the marchers? I'm so confused. I don't know where these guys are on the right. I think they're at a different location. Yeah, see on the lower right, those police are guarding something. I think that's a different location than than Alameda Street. So we're bringing you the latest on both stories.
I think I lost my pig immediately. Fucking so annoying.
Hey, a quick thanks to our moderators. We have moderating Beth Mythical. Thank you. Ruth Krafasi. Havasuma. Thank you. They're all moderating over there on YouTube. We have Margaret Riley, Alldayerrydaybaby on Facebook. Thanks also Susan Brees Buchner for subscribing over there. Why am I hearing music? I don't want to be hearing music. Oh, that's what. It's that one. It's that place. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. What's happening over here? Why am I not hearing anything from that side? I think they turned down their volume. Thanks to our moderators on Twitch. Our Twitch moderators, Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, McBridges and Sarah, and Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. So we got a march going on in LA on the right, and then people at the federal buildings on Alameda Street on the left. That crowd has grown. That crowd at the federal buildings has grown since we've been on the air. Some more updates here. Oh, look at all the people on the right. Look at all these people. That's a big march.
Wow.
Look at the march here. That's a lot of people.
Wow.
Look at that march right there, guys. Big march in LA right now.
Yeah, it's a big march.
That's
Jeez.
a sizable march there.
You gotta stop
Look
this
at
guy.
that.
You gotta stop. You gotta stop doing this. The city's gonna fall apart. If anybody fires a gun, this shit's gonna go crazy. If anybody fires a gun,
still quite strong in LA. Wow. That's Los Angeles. It's Broadway. That's a lot of people.
Yeah, wow. Hells yeah, it's good to see solidarity. We don't want this happening anymore.
This to under here, and then this one to here. Wow. Big march going.
Israel's gonna attack Iran.
So this is a big march going on in LA right now. Quite big. There's an hour and 45 minutes until the curfew ends. And the marchers are they? I think they're at City Hall. Am I wrong about that? No, maybe I think they've gotten to City Hall. Well, you'll see on the camera here. There's a lot more marchers than this. This camera's sort of towards the rear. Yeah, I mean, I know there might be stuff going on in other cities. I know there was stuff going on in New York. At this point, I'm just focusing on LA for the moment. If I hear about big stuff in other cities, I'll mention it. I don't have any streams that I can use from other cities right now, but yeah, feel free to send me stuff on X about it, @Lookner. So I'm sorry I don't have feeds from other cities. Also going to be talking more about the Iran situation. Why am I hearing music? Hold on. Where's the music coming from? Hold on. I got to figure out which of the streams has the loud music on it. That's not good. Let's go on.
vehicle.
This is City Hall. So you can see this is City Hall. Big crowd at City Hall, which you're seeing right now. In case you haven't heard yet, CBS News is reporting that U.S. officials have been told that Israel is fully ready to launch an operation into Iran.
What?
That would presumably be an Israeli attack on Iranian nuclear facilities to keep them from making a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon. But again, CBS is reporting that U.S. officials have been told Israel is fully ready to launch an operation into Iran.
Oh no, I think there's going to be World War.
After today, earlier today.
I wonder if I'm going to get drafted. I think I'm of age. I don't know. What's the draft age? Am I too old for what they want? I remember when I was a kid. What is that sound? God damn it, you killed my fucking thing. You. Fucking, I might die here. God. Go, go. Please, no! Why? 6 mobs, really? I should have just got up and left. I don't know why. I learned not to bandage because it just stops you from doing anything. Well, it was fun. It was a good Mortal session. I got a lot of clade, and I didn't get the loot or the boar, but I got a lot of clade. You know, it was a fun experience. I got clade, and that's all I really care about. I got the hunting quest done, which is good. That's like some good credit. I mean, it's all clade. It's moving forward. I mean, death sucks, but it's also easy. The run ends here, and I could just stop. You know, and I actually don't mind that. I don't mind that run ending like that. I think the game kind of kills you. It went from like, what was it? It was like 3 pigs. Or no, sorry, 3 Belbis, and then 4 bandits, and I killed 3, and then 3 more came. I mean, I don't know why so many fucking things came.
Warp drive active.
Okay, I'm gonna go turn in the daily and or not the daily, but the objective, and that was a good session. I like Mortal. It's good. It's a good game. It's good to play it. I get scared that it's gonna disappear on me, and I paid for, you know, like 6 months. So, eh. Right on. 3 gold. Active. And a wooden Theron. And some clade. I have 87 gold and silver. Nice. Sad I didn't get the loot back, but I mean, it was a good run. I don't know. I thought it was a pretty good run. Didn't cost me anything. So, cool. We'll log by the vendors and hope for a better kill task. And this was a good session. It's probably easier to get... oh, all my mithril sold. So let's go get that. $250K. Maybe I can do some more. Made some money there. Right on, run home. 687. Let's go do more mithril. Okay, that was fun. It's 6:30. I think I would like to do a couple of events on 76. Let's see if I can reach the weekly before it resets. And then I'll do Starfield. Or I don't know, maybe I might play New World too. I might get on New World because I think it's time for me to do a chest. Now available. Stellar Blade came out, huh? Oh, the weekly reset. Damn it. Oh, well. I have 6 ships as escorts now. It's so cool. Eventually, when I look out, we're only gonna see like buzzing ships around me. It's gonna be crazy. Like right now, I'm like a little ship captain with a squadron of 6, but eventually it'll be like 50, and you're gonna see them like all flying around out there. It's gonna be fucking amazing. It's gonna be so good. Nice. I like the RP. It's good. I have one to make chems, so I'll like... It is dope. It's got like a tree going through it. It's like a tree house. I'm sleeping in this guy's bed. I'm such a creeper. I like came to his house randomly and I'm like sleeping in his bed. What if he comes home? I feel like a bed intruder. It's weird. It's creepy. It's not like, you know, it matters, but it is kind of weird and creepy. Wow, those tears are worth 1,000, huh? Okay, so let's do mithril today. I don't know if I have crystals. Nope, I'm out of fire crystals. Maybe I can invest in a stack of fire clusters. Let's see, because I'd rather not buy. It's so much easier than it's on. Oh, there is no stack of fire clusters. Never mind. Go back. You're annoying. Okay, there's my buff. Get up. Gotta make meds, but I don't have stim packs, I guess. I don't know. Is there a It's because his house is on the border, and depending on where you are in the house, it changes the song. And that's trippy as hell. It is. It's changing the song over and over again as I move throughout the house. I think. Or no, I don't know. Maybe not. It is RP. I liked it. It actually was RP. It was so cool. Okay, so now I need to do an event. Dog would die off. Distant thunder. $1,300. But I mean, Mithril paid. Yeah. The stim pack diffusers have to be used. Ugh. Complete an event. Collect stim packs or chems. So, okay, then I'll go buy stims, I guess, at the mall. We'll go to the mall. Now I'm sending my ship, which this ship, all it does is it just flies me around while I collect money from my 50 mining ships. And then I told it to go switch to a different sector, and that's the RP. I love this game. It doesn't make you do anything. It's slow, and you're supposed to move a lot faster than this, and if you fall in love with it, you can. But I mean, I'd rather just sit here and eventually build this huge squadron and watch all the space battles go off, you know? Go with a force of like 200 ships. It's gonna be fucking sweet. Okay, so I am patronizing all of the robots for aid. That was 1,000 caps. It's 92 stim packs. Let's do 50. 3,000, huh? I mean, I don't care. That kind of sets me back, but I really don't care. Now, did I get that? Did I get that collect a stim pack thing? Craft any chems. Okay. So now I can craft some diluted stim packs. I'll just dilute stim packs, I don't care. But oh, I need purified water. Okay. I'm gonna reload and see what he's saying. They're like melting my drone. Incoming damage is pretty heavy now. I better ditch.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested.
There's the ship, and eventually it'll be more.
Docking request accepted.
I wish they had ship outlines. Nice. Am I getting credit because I'm not seeing the credit? I don't think this counts. Nope. Alright, well, let's leave.
Warp drive active.